Everybody who is 5'6" to 5'9"
presentation that we would like to make to Brett Hall, who is one of our campus reps, and he is graduating May what?
22nd.
May 22nd. Maybe this would have been a surprise, but
yeah, he's just said, I want you one of those.
You know what? Here, you grab that and that's what you get. That's what you get for being a smart ass. There you go.
Could you do that again?
Thank you very much.
Where do I go?
Could you do the strangling part again?
I got this.
Yeah.
Don't send that to the colleagues back here. I only going to put this all over.
The rest of you already know.
Thank you very much.
I'll be the first for a lot of things, so I'll be the first to officially just strangle a board member out of camera.
It would be me too.
It would be you.
Yes, well, that seems fitting. Okay, let's jump back into the agenda. Paul wanted a moment to talk about next year.
I did. I asked Ann if she could give me a couple of moments on today's agenda. This is May. This is April. Sorry. This is
Good
April.
start.
Well, then that letter from Louisiana ought to be down
Yeah, right.
there, huh? I was like, how much?
Yeah, really. Yeah, right. We've been working on it actually, but I would appreciate your guidance, your thoughts, your input on names of people for committees, including for committee chairs, because in the next 4 or 5 months, I'm going to be working on that. I will be honoring the voluntary precedent that Dana set last year of bringing the committee chairs to this group for your input and approval, just so you know. So I would very much like to hear. There may be some people I don't know that I haven't heard about, and more than likely you have some good people in your regions or elsewhere that you would think would be somebody we ought to try to get involved. So this is one of those where we're working together to try to make the committees better and stronger, and I really would appreciate your help in that effort. So
You gonna do a group photo next year?
I am going to do a group photo next year, and the past president gets to sit right up front.
Awesome, well, maybe I'll call in next time, make sure we don't work the same.
I know you're pretty good looking.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Awesome. I think now we're going to skip ahead to Tom Johnson has a brief presentation he wanted everybody to see.
Talk among yourselves for a minute.
Okay. This is the quietest week. Talk amongst yourselves. Yeah, that's it.
We do black.
Thank you, Dana. This is a trial balloon that I want to float with the group that we're working on in New Mexico. This is an initiative that we think allows us to both be to activate and to educate. That is, activate in terms of letting people know what's going on in terms of their access to data, freedom of information, but also equally important is to educate people. What do you do with this data when you get it? This is a project that we think will integrate the objectives of both SPJ and SDX, and it's also focused on a way to get SPJ involved in local media communities, not only the chapter, but our newspapers and broadcast stations, as you'll see. Today I'm just playing this because I need your ideas and your suggestions about the implementation of this in terms of how many people and how much time should we think it's going to take and how much money do we need. So, and also if you're interested in participating, let me know offline afterwards. What I hope for today is to get the SPJ's board an official endorsement of this so that when we go to local foundations and funders, we can say, yeah, the national looks upon this kindly without having an official resolution on it. So what What I'd like to do is play this. I've sent you the link to this, but it will give you in 8 minutes and 43 seconds a idea of what we're trying to do.
I appreciate this opportunity to float an idea that I hope members of SPJ will find interesting. Interesting enough that some will step up and say, yeah, I want to get involved. But also interesting enough that others will say, there's something that could be added to the mix, to the planning and implementation of an initiative called It's the People's Data. The foundation for this proposal is first to agree that the digital age is driving changes in every aspect of our culture and life. In this case, that specifically includes the traditional role of the people's access to governmental data. These changes are rooted in the basic process of what we do, not only as journalists, but the process tied to all intellectual activities. We, as information workers, take in data in a variety of forms. We analyze that data, which produces information that we print or broadcast back into the digital ecosystem. Call that environment the datasphere, a theoretical place where all data resides. But times have changed. Today, essentially all that data exists either as ones and zeros or is translated from ink on paper hard copy into ones and zeros. That digital form is necessary to efficiently pass that data to colleagues or citizens. That data form is necessary to conduct any qualitative, quantitative, or geographic analysis of that data. Therefore, government documents per se, long the treasure sought by reporters and active citizens, are not important. It is the data that used to be in or on physical documents that is necessary for analysis. The analysis that helps us understand what the government or other public agencies is and are doing. This calls for, I believe, a shift in our thinking and a shift in our vocabulary. That is, we should no longer just talk about freedom of information, but think more in terms of freedom of data. It is the digital data in all of its forms, textual, quantitative, geographic, photographic, that is necessary for fact-based decision-making. And here's the key point. Taxpayers paid for the collection of all that data in the hands of government. We all paid for it. Ergo, it's the people's data, and we want it. We want that data without having to go through the obstacle course of multiple offices, bureaucrats, and printed forms. The Society of Professional Journalists has a long and admirable history of challenging our governments to make available the people's data. These battles have been fought in jurisdictions at all levels, in the cities and in the states, and in all types of agencies. Notable, too, are the watchdog efforts and challenges conducted at the national level by SPJ members and leaders like David Collier, Catherine Foxhall, and Sonny Alvarado. Efforts like theirs, and those of many others, have been invaluable in demonstrating the contributions of the Society of Professional Journalists to our student and professional colleagues and to the nation. But I think it is time to expand on these efforts because of the changes driven by the digital age. Historically, our actions regarding the freedom of information or freedom of data most often have been in response to a denial of access. Some bureaucrat or politician, often arbitrarily, decides that a citizen or a reporter cannot have some documents or data. Why? Well, just because is the response, followed by a myriad of rationalizations. Then pressures from SPJ and other organizations, and possibly litigation, follows. In the digital age, citizens are becoming less tolerant of such cavalier responses from public employees. In a time of rapid photocopy machines and overnight delivery from Amazon, not only do we want it all right now, but for every action, there's a reaction, despite the reality that digital data moves at the speed of light. Government agencies are not prepared for the wave of requests by the people for the people's data. And the general public probably does not realize that the majority of those requests for the people's data are not coming from journalists. They're coming from corporations and lawyers who most often have very narrow objectives. Given these new factors in the digital age, I suggest that it is time to leverage SPJ's status, abilities, and activities by taking them to a broader and yet intensely local audience, an audience of citizens and organizations also seeking the people's data. Here's why. Traditionally, government in America has been charged with managing specific societal needs and responsibilities. Data to drive decision-making related to these tasks has been collected by officials since Moses took a census, just 13 months after leading the Israelites out of Egypt. Today, that collection task continues, but on a much larger scale. Data is collected by every agency at every level of government. And even the census manuscripts of 1790 is available in digital format. But as always, the people paid for the collection of this data with their taxes. Therefore, it is the task of government, a relatively new but vitally important task, to make the people's data available to the people. The Society of Professional Journalists can work to change the political culture so everyone in government understands that a key aspect of their job is to make the people's data available to the people. Give us the data pertaining to education, transportation, public health, infrastructure. Give it to us in the most original, fine-grained format as possible, and give it to us in the shortest possible time. How can SPJ speed up the process? Here's how we might do that. SPJ, working with local journalism institutions, becomes the hub for linking the media with the community to together inventory and harvest city and county data, and then coordinate the training of citizens in analysis and presentation of that data. The journalist might learn something as well. This will be a complex and a very long-term project. The emphasis here is on broad community participation that will call for a lot of promotion and major recruitment efforts at the community and county level. It will also call for dedicated project leaders who are conversant with digital collaboration and task management tools. Some knowledge of database creation and structure will also be helpful. And it will call for some significant fundraising. But this is a scalable project, a project that can start with one or two small town efforts and build to some proof of concept tools and case studies that can be tested, measured, refined, and tested again before rolling out the initiative to all of our SPJ chapters. A challenge? Sure. But I think the reputation of SPJ, along with the digital age conditions challenging the media and citizens today, can generate a unique synergy of opportunity and service to deliver results. Of course, there are both pros and cons to this. On the downside, it is relatively easy to learn and employ the technologies needed to plan and execute this project. But changing a culture is what is hard. So this is far from an overnight endeavor. Current student members of SPJ will be working on this when they are in retirement. And building and managing this initiative will require some full-time dedication from someone. But in the long run, the return on investment will be great. The rewards are rich and varied. The rewards are novel. But those rewards will flow to citizens and also to the media organizations that step up to lead this effort to enrich democracy and citizen participation in our democracy. So, please feel free to download or pass along this presentation. The links are up there. And if you're interested in working on the It's the People's Data initiative, contact me at the email address down there. I'm Tom Johnson. Thanks for watching.
Comments, thoughts? Tom?
Pardon me?
Do anybody have comments or thoughts? Did you have something you wanted to add before we move on? Anybody have input?
What are you looking for from us at this time?
Just simply ideally personal commitment, as I say, suggestions about how to do this, but also from the board, and then formal endorsement saying, yeah, the SPJ board likes this and wants to encourage, in our case, the Santa Fe, New Mexican, and other local media to get involved in practice, so that I can go to funders and say, look, the national board is behind this. I would support that.
Anybody want to discuss that? Or anybody want to make a motion?
We endorse the concept of Tom Johnson's The People's Data Program.
Second.
Anybody want to discuss it or ready to vote. Michael?
Are you gonna put in for an SDX grant on this too, or like, or is SPJ?
Well, I think this, as I say, this is both advocacy and education, and so I think this is the kind of thing that both SDX and SPJ, I hope, will support. I'm not ready to ask for funds right now. That's why I need your input on how much do you think we'll need. I've got an idea, but it might be off the wall.
Rob?
Well, I'm a little confused as to what your end game is. I mean, this seems like something that SPJ does already. What are you looking for like right now?
Two things. The end game is to essentially come up with a template that can be taken to a local chapter and or local media and say, look, this is how you organize citizens abroad in the community, from League of Women Voters to the Tea Party, to come together and first do a census of local data. And then the question is, okay, you got the census, how do you get the data? So you know the data is there in a whole variety of forms, from PDFs to ideally spreadsheets. Then you get that data, and then what do you do with it? And that's where the training component comes in.
So you're looking for a method to organize people to access that information.
That's right. In an active way instead of the kind of reactive way that we've been doing in the past.
I'm just a little unclear on what we're promising potential sponsors in the fundraising. It sounds like an excellent idea to provide training on essentially managing big data, which is one of the hot topics of the day. But if you're actually going to start going to fundraisers, are we committing that if we hit to a certain level, we will put SPJ national resources towards this?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying I presented this to the board in an informal way. The board said, yeah, this is a good idea, keep on going with it. And that's as far as I'm going to go at this time.
Okay.
Michael, did you have a question? Okay.
I want to say I think this is a great idea, and I'm interested to see how successful or how you might be able to do it there at a local level, because I think it takes it a step, your point in there about FOI, it's a step beyond that, and we're getting to that point where you, now as a journalist, I submit it, I get PDFs back, well, that's not helpful. That is sitting out there, and it should be readily available without having to go through a PIO. So I think this is a great idea.
The big cultural change, I mean, the El Dorado vision here is that bureaucrats and politicians will start to say, put the data out there first instead of bitching about all these people coming and asking for it.
Are you ready to take a vote?
One quick thing, there's movements in some cities and states to create these local data portals.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The city of Chicago has a great data portal. I can rip anything I want out of there and have it visualized in minutes. And David can speak better to this than I can. In Arizona, I just hit a brick wall, man. They don't have anything yet. They're voice everything. Coax the agency into it. So maybe we can do a little bit of pressing on some of these states and large municipalities that can easily put this stuff up and have it done when they're done.
Yeah, and there's a myriad of other organizations that, as I said yesterday, are sort of offspring of the whole Sunlight Foundation of open data people. And if you're curious about this, just do a Twitter search with the hashtag open data, and stuff is literally happening all over the world with this.
Open data outside EEJ.
Well, just to follow Mike, I mean, there's a broad difference between states. There's also a broad difference at the federal level between, I mean, some federal agencies have a lot of data on their site you can download, or quasi agencies like the Fed, and we just gave the Black Hole Award a cruise to the Forest Service. So maybe normalizing that across federal agencies, making some of the worst offenders, bringing them up to the level of some of those agencies that have a lot of data.
My impression is that's happening a lot at the federal level, but at the local government, it's not.
Right.
Tom, you might be interested to know the county that my newspaper covers, where Bill lives, Montgomery County, Maryland, claims to be the first in the country where when they receive FOI requests, they not only respond to the request, but post that information.
Which was last week.
I just wrote, I wrote something for Quill, for the FOI committee that was in one of the Quill magazines.
Yeah.
About Montgomery County?
About Maryland, yeah.
Michael?
You're not over.
No.
Harper County?
No.
Michael?
I love this idea because the definition of FOI is moving in that direction. The advocacy we're going to do is going to be less about filing a lawsuit and more about this. I feel like this is the same thing that happened in SPJ with digital in general. When O&A started, we were kind of slow to respond, and if we're slow to respond now to this sort of stuff, someone else will do it.
Tara, you have a comment from Becky?
Yeah, she said, should it be made clear that this is for U.S. government, local, state, and federal, and not include tribal governments? That is a whole different issue. That is individual negotiations with 600 plus sovereign nations. I'm not saying natives should not have access to their data, but it is a cultural issue depending on how the tribes are structured.
Okay, it's a good differentiation. Any other questions or comments before we go to a vote?
Just a quick comment. So in San Diego this year, we just handed out this new award program we created, the Walls and Windows. So we have 3 finalists in each. We nominated people who were super helpful to open transparency, people who were much less so. One of our 3 Windows finalists was a guy on the San Diego City Council who was really very active in open data. And so our board, throughout this probably year-and-a-half process, was really we want to take a position on that push, but we're very active in monitoring it. And so I just suggest all the other regional directors keep an eye open in your areas as this is happening, because it really is happening in big cities. And I think it's going to snowball.
And that's a key point, I think, that we have to figure out a way to put a positive spin on this for the bureaucrats so that we start to recognize people who work in government who are doing the right thing.
All right, then, are we ready for a vote? Okay, all in favor of, would you restate the motion? Maybe? Joe, would you restate the motion,
Bill
please?
moves to endorse the concept of the People's Data Program, seconded by Tony Herman.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes, thank you. Yesterday, as Lynn said, the Finance Committee met, and we met for about 20 minutes to discuss the budget, and then we spent the rest of the time kind of brainstorming, and sorry, that's what I have on my agenda. Lynn is going to tell you about one of the ideas that we came up with.
Yeah, so one of the things we kind of talked about is in the future, this is something Joe had talked about, when we make the budget, we kind of make the budget and then decide, okay, what can we spend money on? And it's the goal of moving in the direction instead of, here are things we want to do, how will we spend that money? So, or here are the things we do, where will that money come from, and do we have enough money to do it as we're prioritizing? While we were talking about that, we talked about membership. That led to the conversation of how do we basically kind of get more people involved in SPJ. And an idea came up of a potential, like a support, I'm looking at my notes here, like a support membership, or you're a supporter of SPJ. So this would be a type of membership that they would not be voting, and they wouldn't have any kind of, impact necessarily on big decisions that we make as a board or for SPJ. But it would be more like when AARP sends out a letter and says, do you want to give us $5? Do you want to give us $10? The idea behind this is that it would allow us to hopefully make some money to then be able to do more things that we think SPJ stands for, or we think our members want, advocacy things. Go on behalf to maybe these state lawmakers and lobby some states too when a thing comes up that's threatening maybe First Amendment, free speech, those kind of issues. Lobby and spread the news about FOI issues at national and state levels. It would also, though, allow us an opportunity to connect with these people who are donating to us and create information about what journalism is and what we're doing. So basically build the credibility of journalists, talk about maybe some news literacy things, talk about, hey, as SPJ, we're fighting on behalf of the public for your access too. That's what we're doing. So that's kind of sort of the broader picture. And I'm going to kind of head a task force, and hopefully some of you guys are interested in joining and helping with that, to think about, okay, what does that look like? What other organizations are out there that are maybe doing something similar that we can kind of see what's working, what's not? And what does this look like at the end of, okay, who's our target and what do they get from us? And then what does that look like within our membership structure?
I probably should have asked this yesterday, but does our contract with the car rental agencies and the other benefits that we offer, does it allow us to offer benefits to our supporters?
Sure. They're not picky. If they're in our member database that we send them as a member, or they get the code, they count.
So a little clarification, Lynn, is this an idea of soliciting funds from people who generally support good journalism?
Yeah.
Kind of like
so
trying to build a database of NPR supporters, for example.
Yeah, so it would be similar to that, similar to, we're reaching out to the public saying, this is what SPJ does. We are fighting for open government. We're fighting for access for the public. We are an example of journalism ethics, sort of that bigger kind of picture. First Amendment, if you support First Amendment, you might want to donate some money to us because here are the things that we represent and what we push for. And then that would allow us to hopefully, one, again, kind of twofold, inform the public and kind of hopefully build media credibility, because we all know it's not that great, unfortunately. But then two, hopefully get us some money so we can do some of these things that we want to do, and can hopefully exercise that with the funds.
Rob?
When we collect these funds, would those funds be earmarked for that educational benefit, or would that just go to the general fund, and then the budget, we would have to budget that for those events?
I think that's something we'd have to talk about, but would it have to be earmarked, Joe? I mean, would it?
If someone gives a donation for a specific purpose, then that is a donor directed gift, and so we would. This usually comes up when it's an endowment. If we, if you phrase it as you're supporting what SPJ is doing, it's unrestricted. So it's all in the language.
I think our general idea was that the money we would collect would go back into that, so it'd be kind of self-sustaining.
Can I add on that? In an ideal world, you do not want restricted money, because as plans and goals and Earth evolves, the needs and causes may change, and you certainly don't want to have money sitting on your books that becomes useless.
Alex?
Just a quick point of clarification. Would this compete with, or perhaps be coordinated with, the new endowment, the LDF endowment that we've created? Would this be something that might possibly be coordinated with that, or would it be in competition perhaps with that for donor dollars?
I don't think we know that yet. We're just sort of at the discovery stage.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that her group is going to look into, because that's in the broad scheme of things, they do kind of overlap.
Right.
And yeah, I don't think there's any.
But the states are down needs money.
Right.
The endowment needs money, so.
Yeah.
Or could this just be another way of doing outreach for the endowment? Would this be best earmarked towards the endowment funding? If that's the idea, is to raise money from people who generally support our purposes and want more advocacy for good journalism.
Do any other journalism advocacy groups have something like this? It must be new to the world kind of idea.
The supporters, I'm really aware, I don't know that other
There are other groups like RTNDA has associates as we do.
but
The
not
one
like
for
a.
June Lockwood, for instance, Lassie's mom, is a big contributor to RTDNF.
Like Lassie the dog?
Yeah.
What?
Remember RTNDA would like to hang out with her?
She's still alive.
But
Yes,
this is
I mean, this is very, it would
What's
be
the matter, boy? It's not being
in
secret.
terms of it would be like a low, like $10, $15. So we don't know, as far as I'm aware, there are not other journalism organizations that do something like this.
We had Rob?
How would this be different than an associate membership?
So right now, the associate membership is what, $75? $96. Sorry, $96. We have 75, right, members that are associate members, and they get access to the list of everyone as well, the members, no?
Now, they don't have voting rights, but they basically have access to all the other memberships. It was designed long ago as a way to allow PR people to have access to SPJ members at functions, events, or whatever, which is why they charge them more.
So would this essentially be a way to become an associate member at a less expensive cost?
I think it would be completely different, and that was something we kind of talked about too. I could see maybe as we develop this, and as anyone, I don't know, kind of as I'm thinking of it, to me, an associate member, if you look at RTDNA, they're able to make a lot of money off of these associate memberships because there are companies and there are other things, so that we may see that evolves in some way as this other opportunity comes for people to be a member, but not like a voting member or an actual journalist. I mean, this could be someone like my mother who's like, because my daughter's a journalist, I want to give, $10, $20. Well, we have to talk about, and Chris made a good point of how is this different than a donation? So those are the kind of things that we'll kind of figure out. What does this mean?
Actually, this is a question for Joe, but have we looked at who our associate members are now? It may have begun as getting PR people who just wanted that interest, but I'm wondering now, because we have so many bloggers and people who are not making their living from journalism but are also aspiring journalists and the like, are they actually more likely to be associate members now?
No, the SPJ has broadened its, SPJ took a position a long time ago that we really, of course, don't feel comfortable defining who is a journalist. And so, but yet our membership form says, are you a journalist? Fill out this category. So we do not actively vet like the criteria of every member. So the associate members are people who have self-identified and said, I am not primarily making my income from journalism. So in that instance, it's either people who just simply support the cause, or people who, my expectation is a lot of PR people, and then you probably have a few who are freelancers who primarily consider themselves veterinarians, doctors, and business folks who happen to also write a blog on the side. So it's.
And I would extend that a little bit further. I know that in Maryland, in certain communities, there are a core of individuals who go to public meetings, who are constantly using in Maryland our Public Information Act to try and access information. They're not journalists, they're citizens who support what we do as journalists. We complement one another. And this is their means of saying, yeah, we're in this together at a very nominal fee. And, we could come up with a catchphrase, they could have something, I support, we talked about free speech or whatever. So it's kind of we're all part of the same cause.
You can call it the people's statement.
Well, we talked about it. Yeah, whatever, but it's very broad-based. It's not narrow at all, very, very broad.
Joe, do associates have access through the firewall?
Yes.
And they support it or not?
I would anticipate no, that they would not, yeah. So this is not something that they would necessarily have access to a training webinar or any of that. To me, and I don't know, we can even discuss, but to me, it looks that they would not. That would be, you have to be an SPJ actual member paying, the yearly fee, whereas this is just, I support in general their SPJ's fight for good journalism, ethical journalism, access to public information. And again, it gives us the opportunity to, maybe there's a newsletter that goes out and it highlights our work, it highlights some of our push towards the ethical standards, the work we're already doing, but it highlights it to the public. Because right now when we do newsletters, pretty much it's just reaching a journalism community. And I think we need to get beyond that for many reasons, but just in general, for most importantly, so the public realizes journalists aren't all bad. We are trying to do something that benefits you, the public. So, okay, thank you. Is anyone interested in joining?
Eddie, Sue, Rob.
Okay, excellent, perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for agreeing to take that on. Joe is going to talk to us about the financial implications of extending a post-grad discount from 3 years to 4 years. If I remember right, this came up at a board meeting, I want to say last spring, and I don't remember what the impetus was, but the bottom line is you researched what that would mean to SPJ.
I did, and the result of that research is on page 54, and I guess I can put it pretty succinctly that says we don't think from a financial standpoint it's going to have much benefit or drawbacks. It seems like the more we talked about it as a staff, asking questions as to why we would do it or why we wouldn't do it, we kind of ended up with one gigantic question, which I don't know that can be solved in a day, let alone a week, let alone a day, is what is the point of membership? So without saying if this might be a good idea, I think we have to define or start to talk about that question. If the goal is just sheer numbers and the revenue does not matter, then extending the post-grad rate not only to 4 years, but perhaps 20 would be the way to go. If the goal is revenue, we don't see extending it 1 more year as a way to substantially help the bottom line because it's 1 year. So the report kind of speaks for itself in terms of what the research found. Staff's opinion based on that research is we don't think it'll help or hurt. So it's.
Well, I think Joe's point is well taken, and what is the goal of membership? And I bet if we each had 5 minutes, which we don't, to share what our opinion is, I bet we would all say something slightly different, as would many of our members. So that's not something we can solve today. It's probably not even something we can solve in my term. So, Paul, I'm good. That's not. But anyway, I think it's a discussion. Yeah, it's a discussion that we need to have. Rebecca.
I would support extending it to 4 years, because definitely if it's not going to hurt us financially, I think it would be a very nice gesture to younger members and, we are making an effort to make membership more affordable to younger members who maybe are still struggling with that first job or maybe even their second job out of school, who are making a lot of money, who I think it would be just a lovely gesture and would, be, if nothing else, the optics of it is just, we understand it's tough out there, and it's the chance for you to, if you're 3.5 years out of school, you can still be part of us and go from there. Yes.
A question for Joe. Do we have any data that would let us know that after 3 years people quit, that they stop? So that this would mean that after 4 years they would quit.
I think that was in the report.
Yes.
Yeah.
Page 55.
Okay.
Active post.
Yeah, there's some bullet points there to kind of lay all that out, of how many people joined and when they joined and how long they've been 2-year members versus 3-year members.
Tony?
That's what confused me. So, and I never took advantage when I graduated. So, if you elect the 3-year option, you have to physically apply again after your first year, just to say. So, how does it work? Do you just take 3 years automatically?
It's really just the membership category, and I think what confuses people is the post-grad membership, as it states in our bylaws, and then a special deal that SPJ gives. So let's forget about the special deal for a moment. You can be a post-grad member as long as if you register for or sign up 3 years out of college. So if you're not an SPJ member your first 2 years out of school, you can still be a post-grad member that 3rd year. Once you are 4 years out of school, you no longer qualify. And we base that because we require people to give us the graduation dates. However, we have a special that if you sign up for the post-grad and you commit to 3 years, we will charge you $75. So essentially you get 3 years for the price of 2. If we extend it to 4, I certainly would not be in favor of saying you get 4 years for $75. I think you have to, maybe if you get paid for 3, you get the 4th or something.
Yeah, gotcha.
If you join in your 3rd year, join as a postgraduate, your 3rd year out of school, are you getting your 3rd, 4th, and 5th year for $75 just for 1 year?
You can't sign up for that special if you extend beyond that.
So if my student membership doesn't actually run out until September 2016, so at that point, what would I be looking at? A year after graduation.
After you get out of
As
school,
this stands.
then you would qualify for the post-grad rate of $37.50 for
Okay.
3 years, unless we extend it to the 4th. If you take advantage of the special and you give us $75 the day you graduate, we'll give you an extra year on the end for free. And here's how it works for people who take advantage of the deals that SPJ offers. If you're a freshman or a 5th year sophomore, whatever, in college, and you sign up, you can get 4 years for $100, right? Then you get out of college and then you sign up for another 3 years for $75. So you get 7 years for 100 and whatever that math is, $175, right? Like, break that down. That's a heck of a deal. So, I think SPJ, again, whatever the board decides we will do, I think SPJ does a good job of trying to make it affordable and helpful for people while they're in college and while they're out. One of the things we struggle with is, and no offense to the young folks who are trying to get jobs, what about all of the people who aren't so young who are trying to get jobs? Like, what kind of breaks do we offer them? And should we? And I question sometimes when I hear about some of the, and this is just kind of jealousy, I get that. When I came out of college, I wasn't landing some of the jobs young people are landing now. And I think there's a lot of people who are young that are better off than people who are 15 years in. So we struggle with that question internally as well.
Joe, actually, that is an excellent lead into my question. I think actually this study came out of the under 30 task force. That's why the board asked you to look into this.
Could be, yeah.
But I think we should actually be looking at membership, the challenge of retention and recruitment more holistically. And I'm wondering if your staff has looked at what point we're having difficulty. Are we losing people right out of college, or is it mid-career professionals who are getting laid off? Is it the layoff problem? Is it the freelancers? Have we ever done a broader, do we know where our real problem is with retention, or maybe ignoring the real trouble areas?
I can tell you anecdotally what we know, and I'll allow Linda and Terry jump in at any point in time. People stay with SPJ for a few years, and then they leave. If they're going to leave SPJ, they leave within the first 4 to 5 years, and then oftentimes they will come back much later in their careers because they support the mission and the belief. So it doesn't seem to really matter if they're getting a post-grad rate or a professional rate or whatever it is. They will stay for the first 3 or 4 years, and then that's when we lose them. Did I get that right, Tara, Linda?
Yes, but may I add something to that? You know, we started doing the auto dues payments because we thought that would be great for the students. We have more pros on it than students.
Oh, yeah. I believe that.
Just so you know, which was very telling to me.
Yeah.
Our current, the way that the data shows, at least for the last couple months that I can say we've looked at, is pro retention rate is higher than students, but our student join rate is higher than pros. So more students are joining and leaving, so it's a constant churn and stuff.
Is anyone on this board supporting this? Because otherwise I would just call the question and probably vote against it. Because I agree with Alex that we probably need to look at membership overall instead of just voting for this. Unless there's someone on the board that's really vocal about it, let's talk about it.
Anybody want to make a motion then?
I make a motion not to make a motion.
But to look at it more holistically
Yeah,
as a
agenda
membership
Motion
issue.
table it.
Table.
Second.
All in favor of tabling the discussion?
Aye.
Okay, next. So the next thing I have is community updates. I don't really have a lot to say because each of the communities put together a report. Alex Veneman, who is the community coordinator who helps me manage the communities, also made a report. Really quickly, we have 5 communities now. They are growing. The freelance one has gotten pretty big, and they're gaining some momentum, which is really exciting. Gen J has decided to move from a community structure to community structure. They're just shy of 20 people. We think they actually might have 20 people, but we didn't get it all finalized in time for the board meeting, so we're not going to vote to accept them today. We'll probably do that in May. And the same thing with the student community. I believe they have enough members and we have the application, but we're going to hang on to that and do that in May as well. Brett, Jordan, since you're members of the student community, do you have anything you want to share? Any updates or?
I'm still working on the internship project, which was under the student community. And so that's still going. I put kind of a net out to people that I know personally from previous internships and whatnot, and have gotten some video responses and just some paragraph statements on Facebook about their experiences. And they all tend to be following the same sort of theme when it comes to unpaid internships, that it's sort of a necessary evil, that they enjoyed their internship and they got the credit for it and are just hoping that maybe it'll land them a job. So necessary evil seems to be the theme that I'm getting.
Kevin, Sue, do you have anything to add to the student community conversation? No?
Got a little more work to do yet.
Okay.
I, as of Jordan, have reached out. We mentioned it at our Region 2 conference and got a lot of feedback actually. Different people suggesting, a lot of people, we were originally planning in our group of 4 to send out to a lot of the companies to get their take, and a lot of feedback said that we feel like that would be a waste of our time. So we might want to revisit that.
And it's the feedback that you got from the Region 2 conference?
Yes. Because companies really aren't going to give, the big companies that are making these internship decisions, other people suggested they're not going to give a rat's you know what about. Yeah, they're just trying to avoid lawsuits.
In terms of communities, there's one thing, other thing that I want to mention. I think this was an update I sent at some point not too long ago. SPJ Digital, after the first election cycle, chose to restructure. That was a little unexpected, but it was fine. Alex Veneman decided that he couldn't be the chair of that and help me with all the communities and do all the other things that he's doing. So he stepped aside. He made some recommendations for that community as to how it could be restructured. But based on that, since this wasn't really something we expected, because we're just making this up as we go along, it occurred to us that perhaps we need to create some model guidelines or bylaws, so when things like this happen or people step down, that there's kind of a plan in place for how we fill those spots. Initially, Alex had thought he would appoint 2 people. He talked to those 2 people. They agreed, but he was elected, so you can't just go, hey, I pick you. So he opened it up to their board of the community, and he made a recommendation. They approved it unanimously, and then they had to inform the community this is how we decided to restructure. So it's all we want it to be as transparent as possible. So I think we have some model bylaws for the chapters, which might serve as a starting point. But I need to talk to Tara about what we do next and how we go about putting something together to kind of serve as a guidepost for the future. Questions or comments about the communities? Okay. Next, Tara, you are up with the tech upgrade. Can you give us an update, please?
So we had our first phase of the upgrade in the office at headquarters, where we upgraded our database on all of the workstations for everybody that works at headquarters. That went pretty smoothly. We did have some hiccups in the way our database talked to our website, so we had a couple downtimes throughout that first week, but we assumed that would happen. And so the good thing about those hiccups is that the way they came about in that scenario is something we will not deal with again once everything is done. So knowing that we have those small challenges to overcome is fine, and we'll look better in the future. The report kind of speaks for itself. We're now moving into kind of the back end stuff with the website, both for staff and for the general public. We're looking at different options, trying to figure out the best way to handle things. And so there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff happening right now. But if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Does the vendor of the software that we're putting in have some good demos or tutorials that we can start to play with it a little bit and figure out what we need?
Yeah, so when we first started talking about the upgrade, I sent around a PDF packet from IMIS with all the information and kind of the things that it offers. One thing to understand is leaders will not have direct access into the database. What you will get once we get to that point is kind of a page with all of the relevant information that you need. And so whereas now if you wanted to see member stats, you would need to contact staff, that information will be readily available to you. So we don't have a demo at this point yet because we're building it still. And so there will be a couple different points where we reach out and try and make sure we are thinking of all the things that you would need, as well as chapters and what they would need, and general members and things like that. But we're not to that point yet that I can give you something that you can use.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm concerned about is that email is a clumsy way to handle discussions, just like we've had a lot of in the last couple of months. And there are some programs, one that I'm familiar with called Higher Logic, which is a software specifically for associations, which will give us good threaded conversations so that we can easily follow that. So will we have that with?
RISE actually has a community component. RISE is the web section of IMIS, which is the database tool that we use from ASI. And so for now, we are going to try the RISE component. I talked with people at Higher Logic as a third-party vendor. For right now, I want to see if we like what we've already paid for, as opposed to going outside for something. If we get to the point and we've done 6 months in and we figure it doesn't work, then we may need to look at other options. But everything I've seen from RISE and ASI and IMIS is indicating that it has the bones of what we need.
Will the chapter roster information be more robust?
It will be easier to access, easier for them to pull out of the website. It won't share more information. I guess if we need it to, we could, but I mean, right now when you pull a roster, you see join date, paid through date, address, email, phone, those kinds of things. It will be done in a much easier way to understand and view.
And when you look up an individual member, perhaps someone not in your chapter, that information be more robust, but basically what comes up now is the name.
Yeah, so it depends. Once we get to that point, it is just like now where people have the ability to choose what they share. So on that join form, if you say I elect to not share my home address, people will still not be able to find that.
Nobody's address is on it. When I look up somebody in another chapter.
We don't have that now, but with RISE, you can choose what is shared. So if we wanted to say you have the option to share your city, you have the option to share your workplace. If all you would like to show up is your name and email, then that's what would show up. So it's really going to be personal use. The nice thing about this is that members will have the ability to customize a lot of the information, that is shared about them, and B, kind of what they get back from us in turn.
Any other questions? Okay, we have 2 more agenda items and then we are going to take about a 10-minute break. Dave Collier is going to talk to you about the advocacy fund next. Dave.
Great, thank you. As you remember, Nashville, we had talked about this, and I proposed just doing this automatically, taking our surplus and throwing it in there. And the feeling of the board was, well, let's not tie the hands of the board. Let's do it as it comes about every year. So here I am. Joe's done a great job with our finances, and it looks like we have some money left over, and I'm requesting that we take $30,000 of it and throw it into the endowed advocacy fund. So this will bring it above $100,000, which will allow us to, it's a good number for donors, and we throw this money in there, start generating the interest, and start using it this year. Do some high-profile projects that are sexy to donors, that attract donor interest, that they'll get behind, and that's how you kind of reel in the big fish. Maybe something like the J team or whatever the FOI committee or LDF board wants to do, they can. And we can attract the big donations to start building up into the millions, which is the goal. So that's kind of where we're at, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Michael.
If you want to start spending that money, what's the process for doing that? Is there a petition process, or just put it past the president, gets on the agenda?
Well, I think it's the same process that we have now with our advocacy money, which is our LDF fund.
That goes to the LDF
Joe, or
the LDF is set up for people to apply if they are a, I guess, victim or if they want help. I think the advocacy fund is a board designated fund. I think that could be somebody approaches us, but I also think it could be that the board decides it wants to do something.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
I think the idea behind the advocacy fund was not so that individuals could come ask for it. It was a war chest for SPJ to go on the offensive.
And initially, there's not going to be a lot of money. I mean, 5% interest on $100,000, a little over $5,000 a year. So we're not talking about huge projects, but some strategic things to be done that big donors will want to support and write bigger checks to continue.
And basically, this board, though, it comes to this board and we vote, we're the decision makers, us?
I don't think we've gotten that far yet. I don't think we have a process yet.
And you know, I'm going to segue. I'm going to segue out of the FOI committee, so that won't be my bailiwick because I'm going to focus on fundraising. So I don't know. I mean, I'll leave it in your hands. You're all capable hands of figuring that out.
You're not talking about spending the corpus, you're talking about spending the interest.
Right. And, you know, perhaps, and we can look if there are other funds, if a project comes in over 5,000, I mean, you all can figure that out, how you want to do it. I mean, my focus is on raising the money because the goal is millions over time so that we have substantial funds that are permanent that can fund big things. That's right now we just have to get this ball rolling.
What's an example of a project that will attract the big time donors?
Well, that's a really good question, and I think the J team would attract certain donors, swooping in and helping out students who are oppressed by their administration and beating them into a pulp, the administrators. I think there are certain donors that would appeal to. There may be other donors who are into fighting for data or holding government accountable in certain ways in a flashy way, you know, particularly conservative libertarian retirees, like that sort of thing. So you look at what kind of things will really resonate with people, and you know, I think that's effective. I mean, I do that for my school, and you know, found a wealthy donor, and he just wrote a check for $1 million because he really liked certain things we were doing. So you kind of just play on that as best you can.
Matt.
Question for you, I think kind of similarly to what Tom pushed with getting in front of issues, the advocacy rather than being reactive, super smart. But in your memo, you talk about getting to 6 figures, that's an important item. How do we square that with what Joe said about not committing money? Like why stop at 100, why go to 105? Why do you get the extra 5?
Because it's the big draw for donors. And Joe's exactly right. Unrestricted money is the way to go. But there are times when it has a certain purpose that really attracts money. So, for example, I set up an endowed fund, watchdog fund in my school, named after a really popular former professor. Just money came pouring in. If I would have created an operations fund, endowment, crickets, right? So, and the key is you write it in a way that's so broad and vague to where you can take those dollars and use them for all sorts of needed things that still satisfy the donor's wishes. But so, for example, this advocacy fund, it is so broad. It could practically fund Jennifer's salary, because what she does is advocacy. It could fund all sorts of things. It's so broadly written because advocacy is a broad term, and so that's kind of the key with all this, I think.
Discuss a little bit about these different ideas. Lynn just outlined a really great idea to bring in dollars. You have a big thing going, and I wonder if these are at all competing kinds of efforts, or do they have different? I just need a little wrapping my brain around that.
I don't think they're competing
I think it would
at
be
all.
this. I think at the end, some of the end game would be the same, and I don't know too much about finances, but let's say we would. I the title on it. It's crazy. It says the treasurer. But if we collect these funds, let's say we get $100,000 from like $5 donations from across the country, they come into SPJ. Could the board then say we want to give them to the LDF or to this advocacy fund? I mean, I'm assuming that could work. I don't know, but I think we could write it that way so that we could maybe part of that money goes to maybe some stickers or some bumper stickers or some advertising dollars that we might be able to spend then that we got from that 100,000. But then some of it can also go to, the advocacy fund. I don't know. I think that works.
I think it's important to remember that what Lynn is talking about is we're just exploring ideas right now. We don't know what this is going to look like. So as long as she's in communication, well, you're on the FOI committee. So as long as you guys are communicating, I think we're good. Robin, you're next.
Yeah, I love the idea of this advocacy fund. I really do. What I am anxious about is that we don't have a mechanism for determining how to spend that money, how to spend that interest. And I think I would be all for, and I'm not saying I would vote this way, but I would be all for putting those funds in the advocacy fund.
Yeah.
But I think our next step before we do anything is to develop a mechanism to approve how to spend that interest.
Yeah, because we don't have a way to take the money out. We're
And
just pouring it in.
That's something y'all could do and come up with, maybe work something up by Orlando, because by then there isn't going to be much money in there anyway, right?
Sure.
I mean, we take 5% of $100,000, but in 5 months, we're talking 2,000 and some dollars will be in there. So that's good timing. That's good timing for the board to come up with a system.
I think in addressing Patty's question, my understanding, and I agree that Lynn's program is just strictly at the beginning stages. They're potentially completely different pools of donors that would be, Dave would be targeted for, wealthy people who can write and stroke a big check. Lynn would be targeted toward friends of journalism who would stroke a small check. And we would hope that we would get a lot of small checks. And as we just noted, if we want to use that money to put in Dave's pot, we could do so. But we do need a mechanism. I agree with that.
Is it the normal budget process, the mechanism? Finance committee recommends the budget.
And then it would be approved by the board.
Yeah, but that's only a once a year process, and I imagine if we're gonna proactively go after things, that it would need to be a more frequent thing. Michael.
I just make a motion to do what Dave wants, but for now, put on there that the board decides. However the board wants to decide, the board decides. I just don't want this to be decided by finance committee or something else. Sometimes I think the board should make some decisions. I realize it's a big unwieldy group and we can't always do that. But this sounds just like the kind of thing that this board should do. So if we just approve transferring this money with a section that can be fleshed out later that the board decides, I'd be happy.
I second that.
I have one point I want to make about that. So let's say that we approve that. So then between now and September, the board is going to work on figuring out a process. I still think you need to boil it down to a smaller group of informed people that make a recommendation, and then the board chooses to adopt, or, I mean, 23 of us are not going to get together between now and September.
That's fine.
To
At least we can hone that out later, but at least we're saying the final decision resides with the full board, not the finance committee making a recommendation. We're going to have to do what Lynn said earlier, and this probably, we're going to have to be able to respond quickly.
Yes.
So probably what's going to happen, it's going to be something like Tom bringing his project to us, wanting to access those funds, and the board votes on it. But we can always drill down on the details later. I just don't want to approve $35,000 without at least knowing that it's on us.
Sure. Okay. Discussion about that? Alex?
Are we voting now on whether to roll the 30,000 into the fund? That is what we are voting on. Then just a quick point of clarification, and I am all for obviously putting money towards the advocacy. I think it's one of the most important things we do. Have we gotten any recommendation from either the Finance Committee or HQ about the health of the rainy day fund? I think the packet that we had said we had enough for 6 months. If nothing changed and 1 or 2 years if changes were made, I mean, do we know that the rainy day fund is solid enough, especially if there's the possibility of getting a large hit, which we're talking about 3,000 earlier? Do we have any recommendations there before voting on permanently rolling this 30,000?
We are better off than most, and our rainy day fund is good. It's strong in the eyes of the independent auditors who conduct our finances every year.
Okay.
We're a very sound footing.
Did anybody second Michael's motion?
Can I go back before we?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what I have. So tell me if this, Michael, if this captures the spirit of what you said. Michael moves to move $30,000 with the stipulation that the board decides how the money will be spent.
Nice and clean. Yeah. Not a lot of whereases in that.
How about interest?
Earnings is what we're going to spend.
Right.
So yeah, I think it's a good point. I think we should clarify that.
Okay.
Are we not allowed to spend the principal if we decided it was a big project?
It's an endowment.
It's gonna be an endowment.
It'll
It's
be
an
an
endowment,
endowment,
so
Okay.
it's
Okay.
I still ask
or
questions.
will be.
So, where are we in the process of actually identifying that big project? Right now, it's just blue sky, right? Yeah, and so is the next step to set up something to vet ideas that come in? Are we there yet? You know, you mentioned the J team, which I heard somebody else talk about, an advocacy event in DC, a watchdog fund. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities. We truly have a big chunk of money to spend all at once, so.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we don't have a big chunk of money to spend all at once, and we won't for some time. So, but we should start with something, and that's the next step. That's what we all have to come up with. And I don't know, we could have a group put together like a proposal for several proposals for different processes. It could be like the LDF process, it could be something else, who knows. Or, you know, maybe we can come up with something by Orlando to propose to the board. What do you think, Joe?
I think that's fine. I also think that I'll use an actual example of something recent. We're all aware of the stuff that we've been partnering with the SPLC on, right? So so we've been working closely with Frank Lamont. And so there's a lawsuit now that's filed. And for example, if we had $5,000 in the advocacy fund and we felt like it was helpful, at the drop of a hat, we could have said, Frank, we're going to pay for you to get there. SPJ is president, or Sue is vice president, she's going to get there. We're going to fly a couple student reps in there, and then it happens. So the project that you propose or that you're asking about could actually be, we're not gonna have a project, but we're gonna spend the $5,000 on this type of stuff. So do we want it to be reactionary? Maybe, maybe not. So I'm not hung up on what this project is because I'm not even sure it's gonna be a project. I think it may just be earmarked for a certain type of spending that the board all agrees is appropriate that we could use.
So with Michael's motion, in that particular case, we would have to lay that all out and the board would have to vote on it, which means we would have to do a Skype call because we can't vote by email. So every time something like that came up, we would have to vote as a board.
Unless the board voted on that moving forward, this is what this pot of money is gonna be used for, and we're comfortable with that.
I think what Michael's motion allows is to put in place a process like the LDF process.
No.
That would not be.
No, I think he's saying he wants the
really
board.
talking about the $30,000 for this right now. We're not talking about any of these other questions.
No,
That's a
No,
Oh,
in terms of what he just
clarify.
moved.
So we can't, he said.
Right now, the motion, what I was hoping would be, we put the money in there, and then if we're gonna spend it anytime in the near future, this board decides how to do it. This board could decide, we could take a vote and decide, we'll create yet another subcommittee, because we love ourselves some subcommittees. Or we could just decide to vote, but it's our decision. I don't think it should be the executive, the finance committee, SDX, it should be us. This board, I believe this board has to have more big decision-making authority, and this to me is one of the things, it's advocacy. This whole board, all the RDs, everybody should be voting.
Alex.
Yeah, the problem is that the 30,000 won't be spent. That will go into a pot with the endowment, and eventually the income from the endowment will be spent. So what we need to do is the board needs to decide on the process or have the ultimate say on the process for how the income from
And
the
that's part of the
endowment will
motion,
be
the board
spent.
decides if they want to delegate, but it's our decision.
But it's not specifically that 30,000. That's the one thing. I mean, we might need to hear the motion because we're not deciding how the 30,000 will be spent. That'll go into the endowment.
Right.
But we need a process in place for how the income.
Eventually, whatever
will be
residual will
spent.
come out of that.
Right.
Okay, thanks. And then you vote.
Yeah, so it seems to me we already have a mechanism for these short-term emergency kinds of expenditures like happening at and it's the LDF.
Mm-hmm.
So what I heard Dave said is that this advocacy fund could do that kind of thing too, but what might be most helpful to him in terms of soliciting from big pocketed donors is a big thing. Here's this year's big thing, and then in 3 years when we have more money, another big thing. That we have signature kinds of almost projects rather than short-term emergency spending situations.
Mm-hmm.
So, that would be a way, and clearly this board would have to endorse any big project spending and not short-term, we need everybody on the phone now to agree to spend blank. So I think that's maybe the distinction there. I think we need to be really clear about what each of these different pots of money are designated for and how they operate. So now we have advocacy fund, we have potentially what Lynn is doing, and we have LDF, all of which could be spending kind of the same for the same priorities. So I think, at the risk of suggesting another subcommittee, somebody ought to be in charge of putting these things on paper and having some clarity as we move along.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. This is a point of clarification for Michael's motion, and I think this is what I understand you're suggesting. Your motion is twofold. One, we give the 30 grand to the fund.
Yes.
And until further development of some procedure or process, the board will be the ones to approve.
Bingo, yes, that's the entire thing.
Okay, so in other words, what Michael's motion is, what he's saying is that, we may want to look at coming up with a procedure, like LDF or whatever, but for the time being, if something comes along, it'll be the full board that does it.
My way back, and this board has been awesome, Dave's board is awesome, but there have been times in the past where the executive made a lot of decisions that didn't really fill in the rest of the board, for whatever reason. I don't think they were evil, but it happened. And the board wasn't too happy about that. So I just want to make sure that decision, the only reason I'm putting this in there is that whatever happens, we want to do it ourselves, we want to form an ultra subcommittee, it's our decision, no one else's.
Any more discussion on that? Did we have a motion and a second? Okay, are we ready to vote on this? Could you restate the motion, please? Joe?
Yes, Michael moves to move $30,000 into the advocacy fund with the stipulation that the board decides how earnings will be spent.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. One last thing, and then we will take a 10-minute break and then dive into some other things. Jordan, you wanted to bring up a couple things about student
Yeah,
issues
having
and
to
ideas?
deal with high school students that proposing to start a community on spj.org for high school students as an outreach effort. That I feel like this would be a good way to get SPJ out there on a larger scale, to get it in the ear of high school students, so when they do go to college, that they can become members then. Not asking for any sort of high school membership per se, but that it'd be an unofficial membership through involvement with a community. So similar to the students community, but strictly for high school students. So that possibly what I was thinking, one or both student representatives starting the next term would also be in charge of running that community as well, sort of an overseer and getting the word out to high school students. So that was something I wanted to propose about high school.
Well, to address that issue first, I think that's something we need to talk to Tara about, who be aware of the high school membership issues. And I would also recommend that you talk to Butler Kane, who chairs the Journalism Education Committee. They've already been working on some high school outreach, and they have been partnering with JEA, so they probably already have some ideas. Or so before we jump ahead with that, I would want you to do a little more background. And then come back to us with a plan. One concern I would have with the student reps, and this is something Joe and I had talked about the other day, is that the role of the student rep is to be a voice. There isn't a specific job description. And
that's another thing was possibly fleshing out a job description for student representatives, sort of just laying out some rules and responsibilities just to give a better idea of what the student representative role really is. I just kind of see, especially talking to some of the people on my campus who have been trying to kind of get to run for this office, that voice of the students, but what does that mean? Am I then blogging? Am I doing social media to get the word out? Or am I just sort of the figurehead?
Sure, and I think Joe and Tara have explored that in the past, and Tara used to be a student rep, so maybe start the discussion with them, and then maybe you guys can put together some recommendations for the board to consider. Bill.
The bylaws do not specify that a student member must be a college student. So a high school member is welcome to membership, and I believe we have some.
We do.
That are actually paid members of SPJ.
Same as you are.
Do we have any numbers on how many high school students?
I can get them. There's not very many.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they'll sign up for a year and then go on to college.
It's something that we
right. But for years, we've accepted high school students as members. They just pay the same rate as the regular student rate.
Andy, doesn't DC Pros still pay for a year's membership for the essay winner?
No,
I know we did.
no, we bought them a ticket to our dinner.
Which costs more.
Which costs
Michael.
Rebecca Towns urging, I met with Mark Newton, the
Could you
president.
speak up, please?
I met with the president of JEA, Mark Newton, to try to do something for high school, a pilot program. It's something that we could bring to this board if you're interested. We could talk. I'd say the funniest thing about that is it's really hard to deal with high schools because their advisors are more overworked than even college advisors.
Oh.
And but if you're interested, I would love to do that because we're trying to crack that out. It's really hard.
Okay. Anything else on that, Jordan? Or
No, I
anything
just
else you
wanted to
talk about
throw that out there.
high school
Good
journalism.
idea.
Okay. Well, other than that is actually not. We need to have Becky Talent's report. We redid the agenda. I don't think.
I emailed it to everyone yesterday.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's take a 10-minute break and come back and dive into the rest of the agenda at about 2:20.
I don't want to say I'm dead set against that, but it kind of rubs me the wrong way. I mean, Charlie Hebdo, for instance, I think SPJ absolutely had a responsibility to speak about that. What about the situation with, oh, what was it? Was it the Daily Mail in the UK when they were busted for wiretapping stuff? I mean, did SPJ comment on that? Should we have commented on that if we didn't? I mean, just because it doesn't happen on American soil, journalism items happen all over the world, and I think we don't necessarily have to comment on all of them. But just because it doesn't happen on American soil, we should not rule it out.
Sure, and that's really just a question. Were American journalists targeted or involved? Did it happen on American soil? It doesn't say if yes, do this, if no, do that.
I see. Okay.
It's just a question. These are questions we ask ourselves when these things come up. And if there's, it's part of our decision-making process is to consider these elements.
Gotcha.
In some things like Charlie Hebdo, clear cut, absolutely we need to speak up. In the case of some of these other international, like, a lot of journalists have been targeted by terrorists, ISIS,
Sure.
the beheadings, for example. There are other journalism organizations that are speaking out about some of these issues, and they're faster and better, and perhaps better informed than we are in some cases. And I remember, maybe you remember which one it was, but there was a case, I want to say it was the Committee to Protect Journalists, that actually withheld the news. They withheld making a statement at the family's request for a certain period of time. So,
I think it was them,
yeah, I think it was them too, but I don't remember the exact case. So there are a lot of extenuating factors, and that's why we're saying it's still case by case, but these are just some of the things that we're talking about, or some of the things that we consider. So is there anything missing?
I guess kind of building on Rob, my concern was number one, just dealing with whether it was an American journalist that was targeted. I don't know. To me, that kind of feels like it should be any journalist. We're not the Society of American Professional Journalists.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, Bill made that point also.
I just kind of think that having language that, so I guess I want to know, like, are we going to weigh American journalists more than any other foreign journalist that has some sort of incident based off what's on that?
Well, that's part of. So Bill came to me a couple days ago or earlier this week to say, I have some concerns, and that was exactly one of his concerns. And the way I explained it to him is, this is a starting point for discussion. It's up to this board to decide how to guide the organization forward. So if you think some of these things are not appropriate criteria, if they need to go, then we can do that. It's not for me or Jennifer. I mean, we may be the people that ultimately write the statement and issue the statement, and they may be my quote, but it's up to the board to decide now. Give us guidance.
Yeah.
What is your preference?
I just feel like I don't think we should give any kind of indication that we're giving preference over other journalists from other countries.
All right. Andy?
That was something that came up that I did notice. We commented when the American journalists were beheaded by ISIS, and we didn't comment when others were beheaded. And I asked about that. But I think we actually seem to have developed a way that we could react as an organization, in that we have an international community.
Yes.
And that can be something that we just coordinate.
Yes,
Where
and we do.
we don't, SPJ doesn't, but the international community does,
Yes.
and that seems to cover it. Because I was a little uneasy about the idea that we just commented
But
on.
if you
the
go
first
back
shift.
and you look at the tweets, maybe we didn't make a statement about, I don't remember which one it was, a Japanese journalist. I'm trying to remember
That was the one.
which case it was. We tweeted about those things though, so we might not have made a statement, and I don't remember all of them. I'd have to go back and look at all the statements. Jennifer?
I think what brought this about, we had the American journalists who were beheaded, then there were more international journalists beheaded, and it started to feel like we were just becoming an organization who was making statements about journalists being killed all over the world. And we thought, this isn't really, this isn't who we want to become.
Right.
There are other journalism groups who are watching globally and who can do a better job of it than we can. So that's kind of where this started. I think if we do think about the international community and blog posts and just conversations on social media, and we can also have kind of a canned statement that we just push out when we hear about these things happening that show that we care, we are watching,
Right.
but we just can't possibly come up with a unique statement for every journalist
Well, and I
across the
think
world.
that's part of the issue. Just as an example, yesterday, Between the time I took off from Seattle and I landed in Dallas, 2 more of these statements kind of things. Do you want to sign into this? Do you want to do that? You can't possibly imagine the volume, and so we're trying to manage all these too. So what we're trying to do here is, like, let's come up with some way to sort of manage. It's still case by case, but sort of manage. So, Paul.
One of the things that I think Dana pointed it out, but it bears repeating a little more explicitly, is that there are different levels of response. And that is part of the case-by-case determination. Whether it is, simply, okay, let's push this out on Twitter and Facebook. There also is the opportunity for, if it's an international incident, the international community may want to say something on his behalf. Certainly, regional directors or chapters can and should be involved in this process and can and should feel free to make statements. I mean, Michael pointed out it has been pretty significant change in the last year or two to say everybody is involved in this process. It's not just top down from national. And really, I think the idea is that the most serious cases are those that we are reserving to make an SPJ statement from the president.
In the case of Charlie Hebdo, it was a very nice compliment that we issued a national statement, but we also, the international community commented in a couple different ways. I believe Carlos did a blog post, and he interviewed one of the international community members who was in France. She didn't live in Paris, but she commented on behalf of that. And then the Georgia chapter had one of their members was actually in France, and she had written a blog post, which we linked to, and we helped share that. So it's sort of one of those, it takes a village sort of thing. So, but that's a very good point about the different levels of response. And what we're trying to accomplish here is at what point do we as an organization want to make a national statement? So, Joe.
I mean, just in 2014 alone, 61 journalists were killed. I mean, I guess as a board, do we, every time it doesn't matter if it's a high profile, right? I mean, it's if a journalist is killed, should we be speaking out and address it every time? I mean, that's a question. Do we want a statement every time a journalist is killed anywhere in the world? Should SPJ be making a statement on that?
And there are some organizations that are doing that, but Jennifer,
and not only journalists who are killed, but ones who are kidnapped or publicly flogged for a blog that somebody didn't like.
Right.
I mean,
or imprisoned.
Where do you stop?
Yeah, there are a lot of different issues going on, and I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that our communications are so much better than they were a couple of years ago, and that is not a knock on anybody that was with staff or volunteering before. We've always done, I think, the best that we could, but I think we're doing a great job. But we want to continue to improve the process. Bill?
What impact do our statements have? Do you have any idea?
We
Clearly
do.
It hasn't stopped the murders.
We do, actually, and this doesn't, so after I got that email, I talked to Jennifer. I know she and Taylor track all sorts of data all the time, but specifically regarding what impact we have, I asked Jennifer to look specifically at the Indiana situation and at the Rolling Stone thing to see what the impact was. And Jennifer, do you have those numbers with you?
Somewhere.
I
can tell you the statements on the murder journalists, usually like on Twitter, they get retweeted quite a bit. There might be 2 or 3 dozen people who will retweet or favorite it. I don't.
Oh, I have them. I just
do you have the like web hits?
Yep, I do. So on the Rolling Stone issue, we have 350 views at spj.org, 29 retweets, 14 likes, was picked up by Pointer, CJR, Associations Now, thecollegefix.com, shotinthedark.com, Viking, Load, Butler, Collegian, Ohio State Media Writing and Editing Blog, and the Federalist. On the RFRA, we had 181 views on spj.org, 9 retweets, 1 likes, and picked up by the Indy Star, WTHR.com, I think that's a local TV station, and then Fox 59. Now keep in mind, these are just the official SPJ things. So I know a number of us on the board tweet these things also. We also retweet the things from the SPJ tweets account. So these are just the SPJ official numbers. Michael.
I think the other impact of these statements isn't in those numbers. When we supported the Northern Michigan University advisor. That led to two things. One, Associated Collegiate Press issued a statement because we had, so they didn't have to do their own investigation. They trusted SPJ to have vetted that situation with Frank Lamani from the Student Press Law Center. So they came out supporting. The College Media Association, which has its own philosophical issues, finally issued a statement citing the SPJ statement in its own. And it's now discussing how to change, just like we're having this philosophical discussion, we've created that philosophical discussion for them just when it comes to college media advisors. So sometimes I think the influence of these statements isn't going to be in numbers, it's going to be us influencing other organizations.
Right, and if you look at the numbers, let's say that the Rolling Stone thing got 1 hit. It's still the right thing to do. It was still right for us to speak out on that. The same thing with Charlie Hebdo. Any of the things we've chosen to make statements out, even if nobody reads them, I think they're still important for us to make because they speak to what our beliefs are and who we are as an organization. Deborah.
Other things we don't track, I'm sure others of you spoke. I spoke on a panel this week on Charlie Hebdo, and I was asked because of the position here, and I used our statement and your tone. So that's a possibility.
And just in terms of numbers, so I know you've asked specifically about this. Jennifer and I had this talk the other day. There's a lot of stuff we track manually. We could pay Meltwater to, it's $5,000 a year to track these kinds of things about the mentions, and they track. Were they mostly positive comments? Were they mostly negative? So then we have to weigh the ROI. So there's $5,000 for that. So here we have all this information. Then we have to take a certain number of man hours to analyze that information. And based on that, does that mean we change our headline next time? Does that mean we don't make a statement on this? Does it mean we do make a statement on this? So it's a trade-off as to how much time and money you invest on those numbers, or if you focus more on the content and the beliefs. And I think in that regard, I think the board helps shape what we talk about. And I think that, to me, I think that's more valuable than the numbers.
Do we get for free, what is the Google service that monitors the internet?
Oh, Google Analytics?
Google Analytics, yeah, that's free.
We have Google Alerts set
Yeah, that's
up
what I
on.
mean. So you would know if we got on CBS News.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate they always are. And it just depends on what terms you're putting into your search on what you get back.
Society of Professional Journalists.
Well, that's one, but we also get a lot of little footnotes at the bottom of a random story saying this reporter won an SPJ award. You know, we get everything.
Well, I have a Google alert set up for my name tied to SPJ. I haven't gotten a single thing this year. Well, I've been out there kind of a bunch, so I don't put a lot of stock in it. I do follow those also for SPJ's code of ethics and for FOI issues. Those I get sometimes.
As long as I've got the floor, let me ask
Yes,
what I hope
please.
to be my final question. Are we better off, given the bandwidth question, and given the fact that we can see, especially on international issues, that other groups are paying closer attention and have a better way of vetting things, to just say to the Committee of Concerned Journalists or these other organizations you pointed out here, look, we would like to join you on your statements. Please let us know when you're preparing one, and we'll turn it around in 30 minutes. Is that better than us spending a whole lot of time vetting? We still are saying what we're going to say, or just letting someone else do the labor.
Well, I mean, we do that with a lot of other organizations. Maybe we could talk about them with partnering. And how do you feel about that, Jennifer?
I'm not sure I completely understand the question, but I know like the Committee to Protect Journalists, I get 2 or 3 emails a day about press releases and statements they're making about various journalists across the country.
Are they asking us to join?
No, these are just things that they're pushing out. I don't know if they would want to tag us on to their stuff that frequently.
But we developed that relationship with parameters. Is it the NFOIC? Is that the word? Maybe we could at least have a discussion with them and say, if we gave you parameters, how do you feel about that? I mean, perhaps there's some
Just
synergy
like we sign
there.
on to
Right. Maybe there's a partnership there. Maybe we could talk about what potential relationships we can build there. Okay. Alex.
Yes, regardless of whether we decide to spend money on this more robust data, whether we decide there's a good ROI, could could we as a board get more of the information like what you just told us on the impact of statements?
Yes.
Right now we get the top web searches, but it feels like a little bit of a black hole. We'll discuss the statements before we go out on the board list, but then we don't know how like the Charlie Hebdo
Yeah, we
statement
could
played.
certainly provide that, and Jennifer actually offered to put it all together for this meeting. And I was afraid because of all the other things that we have on the agenda that we'd get too much into the weeds, like, gosh, why did we only get so many retweets on this thing? And I think it's important to, like, Taylor and Jennifer, actually, you guys monitor that almost on a daily basis, don't you? So I think they could provide updates periodically, but I wouldn't want it to detract from a lot of the other things that we're doing. So maybe like spot checking or something.
No, and I don't think the board is very large. I don't think we need to nitpick or discuss SEO as a board. They're the professionals in that, but just so that we're informed, so we have an idea which of our statements are getting a lot of play and which maybe.
It would just take a lot of tracking for us to do because, I mean, there's multiple systems that we're working off of. Like, it's not like it just like, it doesn't funnel to one thing because we don't have Meltwater. We have Meltwater for other things, but we don't have the system that tracks. So that takes me going through every single social media account that we're on, pulling analytics for every single one of them. It takes every single, going through all of our Google alerts, finding where it was, going to Billy for all of the website hits. And it takes the fact that Google alerts and free services that we have aren't picking up everything, so we don't cover everything.
You can't get some of this from the Google Analytics, the free account. It says social media referrals, but not.
Right. It's not. It doesn't go as in depth. And I'm looking into in our social media services changing over to a scheduler that will track specific opens on specific tweets. That's what I'm trying to push our system over to before I leave. It's gathering the data. The data's there. We have it. So I can, if you tell me Charlie Hebdo statement, you want to see the retweet count and who it hit, I can find that specific thing for you. But it's collecting all that data. It would be a daily task that would take us. It would take us, I don't know, an hour or so every day to do. Which, if that's what you want to spend our time on. Exactly.
Maybe it's only the top line statements, the one where the board has really spent a lot of time weighing in on, like
if
Charlie
you specifically ask for one, then yes, like
only those.
we can pull together that for you. I just wonder, and it's your guys' decision, obviously, it's not ours. But I just wonder the time that we would take to pull all that together, if that would be worth the return.
Well, and then what decisions will we make based on that? Would we say, oh gosh, we never should have spoken about Rolling Stone? I don't think that would happen. So Jennifer, just on these two pieces, about how long did it take you to pull that information together for me?
It took longer than it should have, just because I couldn't believe that we didn't get mentioned in bigger media outlets. Like I just kept searching and changing my search. So I probably spent 2 hours just on those two things, just combing the internet to try to find something. And then you've got that doesn't really capture any TV or radio mentions about it. It's just never ending, and it's a really cumbersome process.
This is all I'm speaking from the staff's perspective. What we're talking about is not a question of what SPJ wants to do. It's not a question of what SPJ should do. It's a question of what can SPJ do with its resources. For me, it's just a workload question. How much time do we want staff spending searching for data and metrics? Or would we rather them having them work on helping raise money for the advocacy fund? How much time do we want Jennifer or Taylor or whoever coordinating with and working with the 4 releases that Committee to Protect Journalists is going to send out over the next 2 days? Regardless if we write them or not, we still have to work with them, and it still takes time. This is a workload question. It's not a question of desire. I would love it if SPJ could speak out on every single issue across the globe that happens every single day, and we could make a change. From my perspective, we have to prioritize what's most important to us. And that's why when we started working on the list as a staff, we came up with, I'll use the international as an example. When we started going through when should we make a statement that's a no-brainer, it's, well, first of all, if an American is targeted or if it happens on American soil, people are going to be looking for SPJ to make a comment. If it's an issue that happens in Afghanistan to a journalist from France, are people going to be looking to SPJ for a statement? Maybe not. It would hurt if we did one, but do we need to? And so for me, and what I ask the board to consider is not a question of want or desire. It's a question of how do we want to spend our limited resources? What can we do?
And I think it's important to remember that in the case of the international, we asked their community, what do you think is appropriate? And they know their community better than we do. And they were in agreement that we can't do everything. But they also agreed to help pick up the slack. You know, if we agree not to make a statement here, we could still write a blog post, or we could help you tweet, or we could retweet what you tweet. Well, that's a lot of tweets. So what's next? So as far as the criteria, do you think there's something missing? Is there something you would adjust?
It's hard to answer because we're just talking about the international aspect. And gosh, coming up with a rule that would fit all possible communications is just like mind-boggling.
Well, we did all the processes and procedures for everything else in the fall, so that's why this particular thing is segregated, because the issue came up. Here's how it happened. There was a discussion about, it was emailed to the board, I don't have it handy, but in November, it's like what, 6 pages or so of our processes and procedures. Yeah, and the board approved it. I don't think we did an official vote, but the general consensus was that they were good with it. Here's how it happened with the international. The question was asked, if this is a terrorist attack of some kind, whether it's Charlie Hebdo or a one-on-one thing, are we feeding into the terrorists propaganda by promoting it, by speaking out against it? And should we make a policy that we're not going to make, or should we make a statement that we're not going to make a statement, and here's why? And that's what kind of started the whole international discussion as it was. We decided that our making a statement about one terrorist incident is not going to have a significant impact, positive or negative. And so that's when we're like, well, it's really case by case, and that's when we went to the international community to get there. So that's why that's sort of segregated. From a workload standpoint, that also sort of prompted the discussion about when a prominent journalist passes away, when do we make a statement and when don't we? In some cases, I remember when Ben Bradley passed away shortly after I became president. Right after Jennifer started, she found out he went into hospice. She had that statement already written. So this is sad, but we were already ready. We were expecting it, unfortunately, but we were prepared for it because we knew unfortunately, it was imminent. There are some that seem like no-brainers. Like, this person passed away, we're going to do this. If this person passes away, we're not. But even if we don't do a statement, we can still tweet it. We could still write a blog post about it. We could still honor them in some other way. That's why these particular topics were segregated here. And now we're going to throw in the legislation thing that we talked about this morning. And again, these are all guidelines so we can prioritize what we're going to speak about and what not. And it's, the board's responsibility to guide the organization. So if these are terrible policies, if you're completely against this and you want us to speak about everything, then we need to have that talk too.
So I just have a couple issues about putting these policies and these type of things in writing. I look at this from sort of an aspect of everyone's worked in a newsroom. When you're in a newsroom, there aren't really written policies, anyways, in my newsroom or any newsroom I've worked in, that say, we cover this type of news every day, and we cover this because of this, this, and this. It's sort of a case-by-case basis. Every day we make a decision, personally, whether it's the news director, it's the assignment editor, it's the assistant news director, whoever that is, they make a decision. We might have covered that fire yesterday, today we're not covering a fire because we have this that we're doing. So it's kind of the same type of thing. Like, someone's going to have to make that executive decision, and it may not always be the same. So I don't know if putting these things sort of written down as policy, I don't know. Kind of just
these aren't policies; these are guidelines. Okay. And it was really trying to manage the 24/7 process. When we were done with the executive committee, that went clear up until 6 o'clock. We had to get out of the room, and she had emailed me about an incident before we even got to dinner. Something else had happened, and this is constant. This happens all the time, and it's like something has to give.
See, I think that's where, as president, you were voted in, elected in, whoever it may be after that, with boards kind of decisions. Make an executive decision and say, we're just going to retweet or we're going to make a statement. I think if people have problems with it, they can, raise it and say, well, I disagree, I think we should.
And they do.
And then I think the discussion happens. But as someone who has been voted and trusted with SPJ, that executive decision can be made. I really do. That's what I think.
Devil's advocate. Newsrooms do have written policies on some sort of public suicides, sexual assault victims. So there are cases on a high-profile basis that I think are worthy of that. in our day-to-day jobs. And I do think that timing is an issue, and these are important things that are going to happen. People die. Terrorism is increasing. I mean, I don't have a problem with these guidelines per se, but I do have one. So that's just food for thought for everyone. I do though have an issue on the deceased journalists. Were they an SPJ member? I don't know. To me, these are probably not precise words, but parochial or petty. It's just like if there are journalists that are worth talking about, then there are journalists worth talking
Well,
about.
as I said, this is a starting point. If we don't like it, we can change that. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think too. It's also the notable people. I think is also. I mean, I was, Stuart Scott's a nice man, but I don't know if he's changed journalism to the point that SPJ needed to make a statement about the passing of Stuart Scott. It felt to me like he's a popular name. We were kind of jumping on a bandwagon a little bit because he was being, blessed by his ABC crew, and not granted, that he went through a terrible battle with cancer. But I think, I think we need to be a little careful about who we decide we're going to put our name behind. And Bob Simon, everybody's going to have a different, like in a newsroom, like you're saying. I mean, everybody has a different opinion about what's the lead story.
See, this is the first time I've heard that. Nobody said you shouldn't have made a statement about Stuart Scott.
I mean, I don't care that it was made, but I don't know that it was. If we look at time spent, was it maybe worth it? I would have rather time be spent maybe somewhere else in that instant. But
I just remember from many years ago, maybe Klosky remembers this. Two of the points were made. One, I think the question about whether they're happened on American soil, because we had a discussion years ago about statements about foreign media because some of them are state-owned or not, and that would come into play. The question about whether they're an SPJ member, I remember came up, not because we wouldn't write about them, but because if they are, we might want to add in there, comma, who's been an SPJ member for 30 years, comma, just as another club. I don't think that originally was raised as we're not going to touch that. I think it was raised as another way to promote it.
Right. No, I think you're
It's a question. Like I approach this list this way: if it's on this list, in some instances, like with the SPJ member, we're probably more likely to make a statement, even if they maybe weren't as popular of a journalist, because they're our member. Like we of course should speak out on people who are within our ranks. I think that would be an appropriate thing. But if it's a journalist that's kind of in the gray area, but they're not an SPJ member, I think that's a piece of information that's added into the hopper. So some of these, like the instance, it happened to an American journalist on American soil. We're the largest journalism association in America. We'd probably be more likely to speak out on something like that. So for me, the SPJ member piece of that is we'd probably be more likely to speak out on about somebody because they were a member.
I think it all boils down to, good judgment, and we all have different opinions, and we might all make different decisions, but you may disagree with these, and I respect that. This is how we've been doing it, and I haven't been getting complaints. In fact, I get compliments on a regular basis about how much our communications have improved. I'm happy to make changes. If I'm doing something wrong, you don't like the decisions I'm making, then I would like to know. But this is how we've been doing it. Well,
I think, picking up on that, I think this is very much a work in progress and will remain a work in progress. And I do think Lynn's right, is that there's going to be situations where Dana's got to make the call. After September, I'm going to have to make the call. And hopefully this accumulated experience and feedback, either positive or negative from you all, would be very helpful as we do that, because I don't see how we can change that. Ultimately, I mean, we get some general guidelines. There was a 6-page set of practices and procedures that the board okayed last fall. We're still going to make mistakes. I guarantee you we will. Either something will be too slow or something will be too fast and we'll get it wrong. We're human. We all make mistakes in our newsroom too. But I think we've done a really terrific job on balance since last September or so, when we started doing all this, and we're much more the better as an organization for it. We've raised our profile by doing these things.
but it didn't come without a lot of work and a lot of hours. You can't,
Yes.
and I'm not excusing it, but you cannot imagine the number of requests that come in on a daily basis. We're asked to sign on, do this, do that, and it's absolutely incredible. And there has to be some systematic way recognizing that it has to be case by case and that we have to use good judgment, and then sometimes I'm going to make a call you might not agree with. but hopefully, by and large, I am representing the organization's will. Deborah.
I did want to say, the Western Illinois situation that we had, I want to praise you all, and Jennifer especially. I appreciated how quickly information I was gathering was put into the statement, and the feedback that I got, it was excellent. And I think we really made we really helped in that situation.
Well, I think the regional directors also deserve some praise, because a number of you have helped on local issues that we would not have been, Rebecca, Eddie, Patty, you, Michael, Alex. I mean, a lot of people around this room have participated in that process. Again, it takes a village. None of us can do this all by ourselves. So thank you for your commitment, because it really helps. Patty.
Okay, I just generally want to give you, Dana, and the entire executive committee a huge shout out, because I think it's made a perceptible, tangible, dramatic difference in the profile of SPJ at large. So that's my first thing. And I'm of the nature of the opinion that more is better than less. And yet I realize what Joe's saying here, it comes down to resources. So in terms of how to manage all of this, it seems that we might have boilerplate language that's pre-written and ready to go out for deaths of journalists and international incidents, among other topics that you might put on that list. Right, you have a standard, and then is all that needs to be asked when the question is raised is, do we put out our boilerplate? And if the answer is yes, then go. Then you know all the protocols. And then if it's beyond that, meaning it's bigger and it requires research and it requires a crafted statement, obviously you need different rules. But
Sure.
If the first question was, can we do boilerplate?
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Or can we do endorsement of somebody else? It still
Sure.
requires a moment of your time, or
Sure.
5 or 10 or whatever. That seems like one possible thing. And then continuing to push the tasks down the chain, which I know you're doing, and I think that's terrific, and we should all jump to the occasion to participate when we can.
I think the Rolling Stone issue was an excellent example of collaboration. Pointer asked us to come in on Thursday, so we had a heads up. Andrew Seaman put together some talking points, and here are the people that are involved. And I had read the story, but it had been in December. So Paul agreed to help. Andrew agreed to help. Andy put together. So I spent most of Easter Sunday doing the background research again, going back and familiarizing myself with it. As soon as that thing hit, we wrote a very long statement to somebody's disappointment. We wrote a very long statement, but then we edited it back and forth. And that was a really good collaboration where we had people from different backgrounds and different perspectives contributing to this. And I think that was a really good example of how us working together as a team
But also took the better part of a holiday for you. So I mean,
Well, the thing is, that is an example of something that clearly was worth it.
that was more extraordinary, not a boilerplate situation.
That is, and I know it happened in my backyard. It was at UVA that this was all written about. So you can imagine, I've talked to plenty of people. It was they were really upset. And I go to cocktail parties and people want to talk about it. What did you think about the way they did this? And it was terrible.
How long you got?
Yeah, really, exactly.
As for Easter Sunday, it was really nice that they released it first thing Monday morning, but I'm sure their decision to release it at 8 p.m. Eastern was strategic. And in that regard, that was about the only time that being on West Coast time was to my bed. Everybody else was ready to go to bed.
1 o'clock when we got done with it, Andy, on the East Coast. But it was worth it. I mean, that was one of those that was a significant enough event. And Pointer gave us top billing. I mean, they gave this whole list of all these different comments from journalists and professionals and whatnot.
Once that happens, our life.
Right.
I got a new nickname, Dr. Dana.
Dr. Dana, yeah.
Andy, did you have something to say?
Yeah, processing the different points about this, I'm starting to think a little bit differently. I think maybe it's worth thinking, are we doing too much? And that's not a criticism in any way. I'm thinking this is overwhelming. Look how much we're talking about the different possibilities and considering how can we add on this and how can we add on that. Maybe we can just start with a statement, how can we make a difference? And that is the top thing on everything. I mean, if you talk about that, maybe we're not talking about every time somebody dies and, how can we comment? If we can do that, that's great. But I don't want us to be expected to do that because that's creating the difficult choice here.
Right, well, I'm glad you said that. I'm nothing if not direct. And I would say about sometime this week, somebody asked me, I think it was Sunny. Somebody asked me if we should make a statement about something. I said, I'm not objective. So I've made so many statements and decisions in the last 7 days. I tell you no, because I don't have any bandwidth left. I just don't. So, that's a time when I'm like, all right, Paul, you're up. Because I can't.
But
I do think I think we are at a saturation point where not only is the executive team perhaps going to be burned out. I shouldn't speak for everybody, but and staff, we do have to decide what is the most important thing, and we have to save our energy and bandwidth for those things.
There was I just want to finish up on this because this debate has come up in different forms and in different committees about how often we should be issuing statements. There is something to be said with the idea that when we come out with something that's because there's a big deal and we're listened to, and otherwise it dilutes the importance of the statement. If we just are issuing 3 statements a week,
right,
people might tune out.
That's what it was. Luther came to me and said that the Boston TV station was, was tailing jurors from the Hernandez case. He said, are we going to speak about it? And I think he copied you on that. And I'm just like, we just can't. Because we do need to pick our battles. We do want people, when we do speak, we do want people to pay attention.
Andy, you raised a really good point, and whether it makes a difference or not, when you think of some of these major journalism figures who pass away, how many different remembrances of Ben Bradley were there? Yeah. The best one is going to be from the Washington Post. Quite frankly, the people who worked with him and knew him best. Somebody, for example, the difference where we might be able to make a difference is, say, when Dory Maynard passed. All the people who knew her and worked with her through STX would be able to really make a significant contribution to all the things that were being said about her.
Or is there an SPJ connection? Because Ben Bradley was a life member of SPJ. Maybe that's something where you would weigh in, but run it through an SPJ prism, maybe?
I thought on Ben Bradley, the important thing we should try to get in the paper was that he was a member of the DC Pro Chapters Hall of Fame. That was a couple of years ago.
Okay. No, I'm saying it.
Is that something we need to know at the national level?
I believe I sent that to you that day.
You did, yeah.
Well, see, that's a good. I'm sorry.
But the statement was already done at that point, wasn't it? Had the statement already been issued?
Yeah.
Because I think he came in, the email chain I remember from you said we need to speak about this. We need to speak about this immediately, so we already did. So I'm wondering if that information came after the statement went out. Because we had it up within half an hour, if I remember right.
Yeah, it was that in there?
So let's say that in that case, if Bill hadn't emailed you, would our database have that information that would have said? So we wouldn't have a way to know that unless somebody told us that.
Because that's something.
Okay.
One of the thoughts I wanted to finish, and then Alex, I'll pass to you. It's not uncommon for news organizations to have, pre-written obits. And particularly if there are some major figures, like if Walter Cronkite, for example, is, I don't know if he's a member of SPJ or not, just let's say he is. Well, Walter Cronkite, he's good, Walter's getting up in years. He's dead. He's dead. He sure is.
Yeah, a couple of years ago.
Dan Rather.
Dan Rather, thank you. Dan Rather. We have an open prepared for Dan.
Right.
So that when it happens, we're ready to go. So.
But are you ready for Bill Small?
Good question.
And actually, that is a good follow-on. Following up on Bill, I'm not certain how many chapters have halls of fame, but the New York chapter does. The Deadline Club has a hall of fame. There are many people in it who potentially would rise to this level of national interest, and unfortunately, some of them are getting on in years, and they may be on that imminent list. So perhaps we could have a database of some of the.
Ours is on our website.
Yeah, ours is on our website, but again, that's an HTML. I don't know if you need a different format to create a database in Excel, but and we can provide that to you. But or if you can download that and put it in your own Excel file. But maybe we should find out how many chapters do have a Hall of Fame, and call it, and again combine that with Paul's idea. See if any of those are people we might want to make a statement on, who might be
So that we're ready.
getting on in years, and make the statement. And then of course we have that information in there if they have this connection with SPJ, or we've honored them in that way.
So, it seems like, at least to me, that there's several conversations going on here. And I don't think we have any plans to hire more PR staff. There you go. They'll leave me real fast. I have no problems at all with the guidelines as they were written. I see them as conversation starters, and it's really the same conversation you go through in a newsroom. Are we going to cover the story or not? You know, there's the same 5 questions every day. You know, is it here? Is it somebody local? What happened? Did anybody die? Is it now? Can we go? Where's the photographer? It's sort of the same. It's kind of the same run. I mean, if I'm misrepresenting what you're doing, please let me know. But it's sort of the same thing. So I actually think it's perhaps more important to pay attention. We need to narrow down the issues that we're going to deal with. Before we get into the nitty gritty of who we have a pre-written obit about or whatever, we need to narrow down the issues that we will actually comment on. And then it's absolutely legitimate, perfectly fine to have, you know, I'm at a paper, we have files on people. It's very simple, you know, if you've been mayor, we have a file on you. Every time you do something, it goes in there. When you get to be 90, we start writing the obit. I figure that's standard practice. And so that would apply to some of the more distinguished members of this organization, for sure. But I think we really need to narrow down, what are we going to deal with? I mean, are we going to deal with, that's how the conversation started. I mean, are we going to respond every time somebody gets shot? Are we going to respond every time somebody gets kidnapped? Or do we have other priorities? Because the other thing that happens is the statements that we issue, they shape the profile of our organization. Like outside, it's like, I think it's called staying on message, you know, you kind of know where you're going. So the statements that we issue will shape the profile, the idea people have of who we are and what we do. So I would like to change the perspective a little bit and be like, okay, so what are we going to pick? What are we going to deal with? Are we going to get into legislation? Are we going to get into every time there's a school newspaper with a problem? Are we going to get into all that and issue a statement every time, or are we going to just provide some support without, you know, writing a book about it? I think we need to kind of just slow things down a little bit. And I love the statements that have come out. I absolutely do, and it gives me something to show people. I can say, hey, look, you know, because they're like, oh, SPJ is something. I'm like, no, look, we did this. And maybe that's cheesy, I don't know, but it really has, I really support that. I just think we need to carefully look at what are we going to run with. And that also would make it easier for either of the presidents to say no, you know?
And I think we probably are doing that, but we haven't, I guess we haven't put it in writing, because when we do make statements, a lot of it's like FOI stuff and open records things. I can't think of any other topics right now.
No, and there's nothing wrong with helping school newspapers. I'm just saying that it is, as the, you know, communications has gotten easier with Twitter and Facebook, and email has also gotten harder, because you end up sending all this stuff out and spending time trying to find the right way of expressing, you know, these opinions.
We don't want it to be noise. We want it to be meaningful.
Yes. So anyway,
Rob.
Yes. Like you said, this is a great starting point, and I think we've had a lot of great conversations about this. But I'd like to make a motion to kick this back to you all, and maybe make some amendments based on what you've heard, and go forward.
Can I vote that?
Michael.
I think I don't care about this in the best way possible, because I look at this more historically, going back to when Bill and I first got this board in 2008, where there were statements issued by SPJ, and the board didn't know about it until they came out. The past year is, I mean, this has been awesome. The fact that, you give us an hour or 30 minutes or whatever you can, that to me is the most important part. The fact that we're even having this discussion is something that would not have happened, 7, 8 years ago. So I don't know that we need to formalize any guidelines. I think this is just the kind of thing that Dana has been so good about communicating with us, that we just need to have this on a case-by-case basis. And she says, like, what do you guys think? We just got to respond with yes or no, whether it's on message or not. I think that's awesome. I think after this, the real important conversation that we should have, that we couldn't have in the past, is I would love to know what this board thinks, not for now, but in the future, what they think about our Twitter feed, because it's 33,000 people. And to me, I bet you more people read that than read our statements. And talk about staying on message. What are we doing with that? How does that work? How should that work? I think that's probably the next issue to tackle. And the fact that Dana's already set this whole system up for more responsiveness with the board. And she's also, I think what's awesome is that you've overcome the objection of the past. The board can't get involved because it'll slow things down. Whatever the hell we've done, we're just as responsive as always, and we're more inclusive. So these things, I guess we can all argue about them, but the big picture is I think we kick ass.
The way I looked at this agenda item was a way of streamlining the process and hoping that this work absorbs less bandwidth, so we can, as Joseph, just do other things. And when I was in public relations and developed a crisis communications plan, I told the officers of the corporation, this is not a blueprint. We don't have to follow this exactly. It is a checklist to remind us when Hurricane Katrina hits, did you think this, and this? We did? Okay, good, we go. I thought this was a checklist that staff and the executive would use to decide whether or not to go, and did we think about this? And so you don't have to worry about what did I miss. So I didn't see this developing blueprint. You were asking us, is there anything we forgot on this list? And we've responded. And I think we're ready to move on.
I'll end with this. I don't think we make much progress, basically, because if the question is, how do you determine what to issue statements on, and how do we reduce the overall time or manage the time devoted to the task more realistic way, I don't think we have any resolution to that. So I don't know where we go from here, unless you feel, Dana, that we have better. You're still spending a huge amount of your time on this task every day. Your whole executive team is, the office is. So, and I love it, but I truly don't know when you people sleep, because you're bombarded constantly. And from here, it continues to multiply because we've set the bar pretty high. So I don't think, right?
Thanks.
And if you give it up, we're gonna be down
I set the bar
your
high.
throat,
This is on me because
it's great, but you're all,
It
you're
is, but
one
I can't
person,
maintain.
and
I can't
they're
maintain
two
this
people.
case.
And so this is a very radical question. You can tell me to shut up. Have we ever thought as an organization about making the president a paid 1-year appointment? I say that in seriousness, because of the amount of time that it takes to do the job and do it well, and our expectations are all now higher because they are so transparent and they set this as a new way that SPJ officers should be paid. I don't know if anybody would ever go for it if they had to take a leave of absence of a year, but has that ever been discussed?
At least we'll get some contested races. $75,000 1-year appointment.
I mean, seriously, this job, I don't know how you can make a living given that you're self-employed. Everything else has to be
It's
squeezed
funny,
into
Michael said something to me about that a month or so ago. This is actually the best year I've had in about 5 years. But I actually do feel like we have a resolution. I actually feel very comfortable with this. To me, I'm sort of seeking the board's blessing and input to, make small shifts to this, but this is really the way we're already doing it. and it's working. I do think, and I think Taylor and Jennifer and Joe and I have kind of found our stride as far as kind of timing. Like I have, this is a stupid idea, but I have 2 phones, and I actually turn off my work and SPJ phone at 7 o'clock Pacific time, and I don't worry about what's going on. You know, we were kind of thinking about the on-call thing, but now what we're doing instead is we rely on the board to bring stuff to us. We can't be out there checking for alerts and being on Twitter all the time. I mean, probably one of us is at all times, but the board is bringing information to us. We're all eyes and ears. All of our, SPJ contacts, SPJ friends are bringing this information. So I do feel like we are taming the beast. It's still a big beast because I created it and because I set the bar high because this is something that's really important to me. And I had a goal of, this was just really important to me. And I'm not capable of dialing back until and I'm pretty close. But I think this system and kind of the way we've all worked together and had this conversation, I think it's helped. So unless you say this is ridiculous and you give me some other way to do it, I'm happy. Rebecca.
I think also too, delegating some of this stuff to the RDs. Other RDs. But I mean, for example, like when we had the big blow up in New Hampshire of, them wanting to create this insane fee for public documents, we were hopped on it and we're like, look, this is what we want to put up. Can we just take a look at it, make sure it's not wacky, and give us your blessing to put the SPJ stamp on it, to use the logo and everything else. We did the work. We're just looking for basics and prior review before we send them out there. And I think that's one way to sort of lighten the load a little bit.
And I think we have done that. And as I look around the room, every issue that's come up in a region, I haven't had a single RD tell me, no, I'm too busy, or no, I'm not dealing with that. Every single one has said, yes, let me put out some feelers.
I'm glad you brought that one up because Dana was traveling, and so she delegated that one to me in terms of reviewing that and whatnot. And I remember saying to her later, that was almost textbook of how we can get an RD to work with her local chapters, bring it to us. All you were asking was for our blessing, not that it was going to be a statement or anything like that. It was perfect. And that's why, I looked at it, saw what I was being asked to do. I dropped what I was doing, got you a decision, and you went forward, and it was wonderful. So I really, kudos to you. And I would reiterate, I said it a little earlier, the fact that everybody is part of this is perhaps the biggest sea change. And more power to all of us for doing that, because we can be, I think we have shown, and Patty, you were right, we really have made, it's a demonstrable difference to what we're being able to do as an organization and to get noticed. So I'm just hoping we can keep carrying that forward.
Well, and it's not perfect, and we'll make mistakes, but to the extent that we can follow our own guidelines, I mean, it'll be easy to see where the holes are and what we're not doing. I think so. All right, we have a couple more big things on the agenda to talk about. Jennifer, is there anything else communications related you want to mention or bring up?
No, I would just say, I've been here 8 months now, and it's been a wild ride, but I do appreciate all of your help and input. And like Dana said, none of you have told me no when I've asked for help or can you look into this or whatever, and I really do appreciate it. So,
Taylor, do you have any comments or feedback you want to offer?
I mean, the only thing from what we were just talking about is that as long as I think Jennifer, if I speak for both of us, that as long as we're in communication with you guys, it works well. When you guys do things, we want to share them and communicate that. Whether it's on your personal blogs or you're writing something for SPJ's blog or that you are spearheading something, as long as you let us know, we're going to help you out and promote it, but we just don't always know. So just like Rebecca doing that and coming to us with it, that's a perfect example of how she did the work but she let us know that she was doing the work and had us, as long as we are in communication that we're good. And I think that it's made it a lot easier on both of us.
Well, and one more thing just to add to that, even if you get media requests, and you do interviews, and maybe you're not even speaking for SPJ, but they mentioned that, oh, this was a long time SPJ ethics chair or whatever, if we're mentioned in it, we'd like to know that too, because we do try to track as much of that as we can.
So we promote that.
Yeah,
Because we want it, like, you guys are the faces of SPJ's leadership, so we want to personalize in our communications, like what we're doing.
Talking about Twitter or talking other things?
In general, but yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, if somebody gets a radio spot and we don't know about it, I can't push out that they're on that radio spot.
As an example, Fred, we found out, has been doing interviews about the gyrocopter that landed on the Capitol lawn, and he got interviewed by the Washington Post, and that's pretty cool, and we would promote that, but we didn't know that until we talked to him about something else. So Fred and Kevin are very big violators of this, but if anybody, you know, just let us know, tip us off, we'll promote it.
And that's something I want to reiterate that I believe was in the packet. So, we often get emails, Facebook messages, texts, phone calls, you name it, carrier pigeon, that, hey, did you know this was going on? Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we miss things, and it's really helpful to have all the eyes and ears of the board. But I would just encourage you to check the SPJ tweets account, because that's the first place we'll mention it if we're aware of it. And you know, maybe it'll be something we'll make a statement about, maybe it's something we're just going to blog about, maybe it's something we're going to write a Facebook post about, but just check there, and if you hear something and you don't think we're working on it, please let us know. That's very helpful. Okay, we're going to talk about one more topic and then take a brief break. The next thing we're going to talk about is non-affiliated member representation. And I'm going to turn it over to Paul.
Thank you. You have in your packet 2 documents that I put together related to unaffiliated members, and what that means. This comes down to general governance of SPJ. SPJ works through its convention. It is the supreme body that makes all the decisions. And that's the way it's set up in the bylaws. The way that somebody can get to convention is to be a delegate representing a chapter. And it's been kind of a dirty secret for a number of years that there are quite a few members of SPJ who are not members of a chapter. And there's been kind of some makeshift efforts to make sure that they get represented and that their voices are going to be heard at convention. Last summer, I asked Joe, how much do you think it is? And he guesstimated 43%. This past fall, Joe and Tara, thank you very much again for doing all that work, went through, because with the membership system, it had to be done by hand. The actual number of people who don't belong to a chapter is 41%. So think about that a minute. 2 out of every 5 members of our organization are not members of chapters. So therefore, we're making decisions at convention that impact every single member, but they don't have a representative there. They've been assigned to the nearest local chapter in an effort to try to do something along those lines, but that is an imperfect system. And so I put together the data, and it's in the first memo that you have here, and I broke it down by region so you can each see for every one of your regions what percent belong to your chapters and what percent are not. And this is how it impacts you as regional directors. The largest constituency in every single one of the 12 regions is people who are not members of chapters. You all have some large chapters, and that's on the second chart that I have here. It'll tell you who the biggest one in your region is. But you think of your work as an RD, you spend an awful lot of time working with chapters, trying to help chapters get along. You got a bunch of other people who do vote for you because they can the non-affiliated members vote in elections, but they are not, they're not part of the chapter work necessarily. So, what Dana asked me to do is to put together a work group to try to come up with some solutions for this. And that's the second memo, because it'll tell you who it is. The initial members, I'm going to serve as the chair of this group for the time being. Lauren Bartlett, a former RD and a member of Los Angeles Pro. Michael Fitzgerald, who is the past chair of the freelance community. And then several people who are here in this room, Joe Radsky, Andy Schatz, and Lynn Walsh. And I've asked the chair of the RD caucus, Rebecca Baker, to join us as well. As I said, there may be some other people who will become part of this working group. This is the first time in about 4 or 5 years that this issue has been looked at. And I think, Robert Ledger, you told me when we were down in Orlando that you were looking at it back in like 2002. So this is not a new problem. I just wonder if it's not becoming a bigger and bigger problem, because if it's 2 out of 5, we are not a representative democracy. And that's how we have set up our organization in the bylaws. So we've got to figure out how to do something. Erwin Kratz led a group under an appointment by John Inslin. And at that time, they were looking at what were called affinity groups, which has become our communities. And they also looked at the time of creating virtual chapters to try to represent these folks, and they voted that idea down. But if you look in the first memo, there are about 4 or 5 different proposals that I'll be asking this work group to kind of look at and vet. And I've tried to lay out the pros and cons of each. I'm not going to go through them here because we don't have time. But I've tried to spell out what we might be able to do. And then the second memo gives you what the work of the committee will do. Consider how to best provide representation at convention for members not affiliated with the chapter. Review different models of governance. Review practices of other associations and groups. I know Lauren has already suggested there's one other group we might want to take a look at that has kind of a hybrid way of governing itself that could, because one of the questions that we need to ask is also on here, whether and how to give a voice to our communities and our governance, because they are becoming, they are going to be a significant part of our organization moving forward. Do we want to give them votes? Do we want to give them a seat on this board? I don't know. I mean, that's one of the things that we want to look at. One thing that I think we will probably do first out of the box, once we get organized after this meeting is over and have our first meeting, is do a survey. We can identify who the unaffiliated members are, and we can pinpoint them and send them an email survey and just find out, what do you think? They may not care. They may care passionately. We don't know. It's, more information is better. And we'll try to figure out what to do from there. And then ultimately, whatever we do will likely involve some bylaws changes. And so once we have a sense of what we want to do, bring it to this board for approval, and then we would go, and we'd have to ask the convention to approve bylaws changes, because they're the only ones who can. So if anyone is particularly interested in this issue and wants to join us, please let me know. If you have some suggestions of the kinds of things we should ask in this survey, I'd be very interested in hearing from you, because I have some ideas, but I think we want to really make that a useful document. And this isn't really an action item, this is an informational point for you, particularly to give you the breakdown of the numbers, because to my knowledge, Joe, we've never had hard figures on this. We've always had kind of ballparks. I think it's this, it might be that. And we were able to get the data, which was very helpful. Yes, sir.
Good ballpark.
Yeah, I was going to say you're pretty good. Only 2 points off. Yes, sir.
Good. I suggest you might consider adding Erwin Gratz, if he's got bandwidth to that group. A, he's been through the issue once, and B, he's on the bylaws committee, so he would have insight into that process.
It's a good idea. We traded emails back and forth a couple of weeks ago in preparation for this. It's a good idea.
Paul, on the survey, if there's some way to include a question about the geographic distance of this non-affiliated individual from their closest chapter in the West, that's a a big issue for us.
That is a big issue out where you are. That is a good point.
Michael?
One little point, one big point. First, I would recommend also to include one argument, which is the delegates, they're the smartest SPJers and they know all. Tara had sent me 3 years of delegate lists and I had checked 3 years and it was less than half the delegates from one year to the other. So every year, half the delegates are new, like what the hell do I do with this card? So if one of the debates of this is going to be, we got to keep the delegate system because they're the smartest, prettiest SPJers, I think the research would show otherwise. And the second question I have is the RD from the region with the most unaffiliated members, 58%. I just want to know like why we need them at all. I mean, what do we vote on? Every year we vote on how awesome headquarters is. We can do that. We vote, Central Code of Ethics, which should be a whole separate discussion. With all the elections already being removed, what do we basically do? We issue a lot of statements, which is exactly what we just talked about. Is it something that I'm missing that the delegates just really have to do?
Bylaws change.
So that can't be changed in our own bylaws, so this group does it, because those aren't exactly the kind of decisions that tingle a lot of delegates' toes, you know what I mean? I guess that's like ethics code and like when it was voting for actual officers. I mean, that's awesome. This delegate system isn't here because it's the best way ever. It's here because 100 years ago, before rotary phones, this was the only way to do it. Now there's other ways to do it. So I hope this committee will look at the overall question of why do we have this at all?
Interesting.
Sure. Anything else from anybody?
Just a quick question.
David.
I'm just curious, raising hands, who's unaffiliated around the table? Interesting. And I think we as an organization tend to generate leadership from the chapter level, and I think that skews how we view organization and management. So that's kind of interesting.
Speaking to that, actually.
One of the other things that I should mention, I listed who the members are. Joe is going to staff this for headquarters. I appreciate you.
We'll be the minute taker.
Okay, well, thank you, Paul, and let's take a 10-minute break. We only have about an hour to come back and wrap up the agenda, so please come back promptly.
Number the university chapter that they folded because they lacked members, and that there is no other university or chapter anywhere within the private district.
Well, then you know. Yeah. I'm 99%. That's how she wouldn't get a vote if she didn't.
I was remember in my citizen chapter because there was nothing that against me. But the numbers was high. I just was not able
Well, you're not represented through the delegate system. And it could be a few different ways. One is that you don't belong to a chapter. Two is that you could belong to a chapter, but somebody doesn't turn in their annual report. You don't even get delegates. And there's a variety of ways you can be excluded that actually compound the problem. But that's for business members. It has no bearing on the ability to vote for officers. Because we switched that system to one candidate, one vote. This is all irrelevant.
Someone then if the doors close by, say I'm still going to join this chapter far away and just never go to the chapter meeting.
You can join whatever chapter you are eligible to join. The SPJ president in there belongs to every chapter. If you did, yes. I belong to every chapter in Region 2. There's only, I think, 4 that charge fees, and total $60 for the 4 of them. So that's no big deal. Yeah, it's manageable. I wasn't going to do what you said. But
I mean,
yeah.
I understand why you want to do everything that I understand.
Sure. But you could just say, I used to live in Los Angeles 20 years ago. I'm still interested. I'm going to belong to that chapter.
Can't believe he didn't call. What the heck?
I know, I sent an email before I came back up here to this guy. I've been going through his CPR person, so I didn't have his phone number.
Yeah.
So I sent an email to CPR person and CC'd him on it and was like, I'll be available after 4 p.m. If you want to give me a call then.
That's actually.
This is really just like, love something like advertise, free advertising. So why would you not?
Oh, it's very busy. It's very, very busy. Very busy.
Very busy man.
Oh, very
Because no one else is busy.
Oh.
My mom just said she was on the phone for like 10 hours.
Okay.
Well, 10 doesn't.
Never beats 10. The last time 10 was like at least 25. Because the only thing we're left to assess the awards and the left side.
Well, she'll mention the committee
Oh, the
report.
committee, well, we read those, but we actually followed the committee reasons.
She just mentioned it. So everything's in your package and your education.
Yeah, I was a little nervous that if afterwards we have to go back one more.
No, we don't go through it.
Good.
But this could take a while.
Yes, that's.
I mean, aside from last week, we're proposing changes to everything.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of it makes sense. The Wells Key discussion, you know, I was kind of flabbergasted by the emotions. It really, because to me, it seems like, I guess, you're in I don't
I'm in
that much, but if it means that much to people who got it, I guess that's what it means. That's the issue.
But what I don't even understand, it's not.
Right now,
making the changes in no way devalues the.
No, I don't see it.
The idea that. I mean, if you imagine that you come back from the convention, so.
It's less meaningful because the whole board voted for it. I thought the whole board supported it.
I think it's wrong.
Absolutely. I would have thought at least the entire executive. Actually, after our discussion on the I was under the impression that the entire executive committee voted on. These comments were made, it's an exclusive thing and only the executive committee votes on it. It was not until I read the comments that I realized it was only the top 3 officers. So I was amazed, which is, I thought there were comments about the top 3, and I think one thing I'd like to clarification on how it works now. Because I actually read in some of those comments the top 3, but they couldn't go back now. And actually, one of the comments was Nancy said, I wouldn't mind all the guys who were saying, I think it was a change. So it'd be more easy to give it to them after the it was one of the former Wells people saying those long comments. So it sounds like the process over time has been changed. It went from executive my husband kept saying, she was only 3 boards decided. And those 3 people all expected Now, the one thing, what do you think about the secret ballot? Because I don't like the idea of a secret ballot on tax streaming, so it's sort of. No, I think it was an idea which made sense to keep it secret. That kind of offends me.
Any subsection, you can how one. But the idea was, okay, just to vote, if you're worried about after the vote, you can just make it secret, but not a single one of these people knows. So it's not meant to be subversive.
No, it's not subversive, but I don't know, I think going into the second session, we have better options. We're not announcing the sense, but then of course, I guess the idea is one of us.
Yeah, that was easy to address the idea that somebody would. No, this, one of these questions,
We're
None of these sports things are broadcast.
Anything they have local barbecue, I'm all about. I'm a huge barbecue. I grew up in Birmingham.
Well, even when we have our awards, they aren't announced if we did it streaming, it would spoil the surprise because they might have heard from someone else.
But also, this is just, it is something that's like this
yeah, exactly. Because you are going to create the same thing. My family, I buy executive session. I just realized I'm going to do
They all
No ketchup or
I like to check this because I know this is worried. We get houses down together to talk to each other. Now next year we're in a partner with Ohio, and then the year after that I don't know if I'll be back. Having it in St. Louis, like no one had a bad drive. Great location.
I really enjoyed that.
Oh, you were there? Oh, yeah. It was awesome.
Oh, it was. I thought the Biden.
I'm Okay, we'll talk more about maybe if we could kind of get on the agenda where we say that not this year after it's going to be talking about the even will come back. Yes. I think that would be good.
everybody's back, or almost everybody's back. We are going to talk about the awards recommendations. If you are following along online or in your packet, we are on page 76. And the recommendations take a number of pages. So first, I'm going to give a little bit of background. I think most of us remember this, but the idea to come up with some awards recommendations stemmed from the board meeting at EIJ when there was some concern about how awards were chosen. At that time, the recommendations were passed, or Lynn Walsh and Sue Kopen-Katzeff in Andy did some research and put together some recommendations that were presented to the executive committee at the January meeting. If you look at the packet, the first thing you will see will be the executive committee's recommendations, followed by the actual recommendations that were presented by Lynn, Sue, and Andy. And following that, there is also a memo from Robert Ledger, SDX president, as well as comments from a number of past Wells key winners. So I'm not even sure where to begin. I guess, okay, so we only have about an hour left, and there are, I don't know how many awards recommendations there are, so I think perhaps the best way is to go through these one by one. And one overarching theme through these is because the award cycle for this year has already started, is that these changes will all be effective in 2016. So none of these are going to affect this year's cycle. Okay, so the first award that we are going to address is the Distinguished Teaching and Journalism Award. The executive committee recommendation was to, I believe the executive committee recommendation was to present all of the award nominees to the SPJ board for approval. Right, but we're doing these award by award. So the first one we're going through is the Distinguished Teaching and Journalism Award. And the recommendation was for the entire SPJ board to approve that.
So how, just if I can stand. Oh, please. Yeah. So how it would work, and if you're looking at something 76, it's spelled out, but so the SPJ Executive Committee would make a recommendation with input from the SPJ Journalism Education Committee and the two campus advisors at large. That recommendation would then be presented to the SPJ board for approval. And this is a theme you'll see as we go through, but that's very spelled out.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Also, too, wouldn't the entire board would get background on every one of the nominees?
Well,
the ones that were recommended, right? No?
No.
We would so as this is written and as we discussed, it would be the executive committee, after input from those people mentioned, would give a recommendation, and it would be one individual in this case.
So it'd be kind of like a thumbs up, thumbs down, similar to what we did with sort of you ratifying my committee members. We would say this is the person we've chosen, and here's the criteria, and you would say, yes, we agree, or absolutely not. No award this year.
Let me add that the addition of the campus advisors at large who have a non-specified responsibility on the board, having been there, this engages them. And at various points, we were also engaging the student representatives because, in fact, they are representing campus interests, and I think they should have a role in this. I always thought they should have a role in this, and this is a way to do that.
As a point of reference, I think it might be good to put this into some context of how the current system works. The executive committee, we all sign on to, and I've done this once, so last year. There's like a Google Drive document, or we go on to the internet and look at the nominations, and every one of them, there are multiple nominees. Some categories there are many as 20 nominees. So there are a lot of people to vet. We go through there, everybody votes, gives it a certain numerical grade. And then it comes, we met in DC, where the summer executive committee meeting is, and go through it and decide on who should we give the award to. But it requires a fair bit of background work before going through it. So the idea that Lynn and Sue and Andy came up with was to have the executive committee continue to do that, then present the proposed honoree for a thumbs up or thumbs down here. That meaning the executive committee would still do all the vetting work and do all of the going through the 20 nominees for the educator of the year or whatever. And then come to you all saying, this is who we think should get this, and asking for your approval. So that every one of you would not have to go through looking at all 20 of these people and voting, and then we all come and spend, like we'd have to do it over the phone. So, I mean, that's the alternative.
Oh, mine was just a point of clarification. It may have just been answered. This is a phone vote. I just wondered if this would be in a closed executive session, since we will be potentially discussing pros and cons of some members. I think there'd be issues if that was streaming that discussion.
That's done in executive session.
Okay.
At the
That
executive
was
committee. Yeah, and then the call we would have with the board would probably be July.
Okay, so that would be a phone call. It would definitely stream.
I don't recall that we went to executive session. We were in Washington, we had guests in the room.
We don't stream it. We turn off the stream.
You kicked out the guest.
Yeah. Did we kick out the guests for that
Yes,
part?
you did.
Dana, I'm wondering, just for time's sake and whatnot, does it make sense, since you all made some really good little changes to some of the awards that made a lot of sense, but the main the main item of discussion here is really for these 9 awards, whether or not the board should give approval to so that's really what we're talking about here. Rather than go through each award, each of these 9, should we just bundle those and have a motion,
Second.
Yeah.
All right, so I move, wait a minute.
With the exception
You
of the
already
Wells
did.
key.
Well, with the exception of Welski, that's number 10. So we just bundle those 9 into one motion with that concept, debate that, take a vote on it, and then move to the Welski. Is what I just said.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I moving it? That means I have to vote yes for it. Oh, really? Yeah.
If it's a committee report, the motion is made and seconded.
Right.
It's a recommended action by the committee.
So good. And by the way, I'm ambivalent. I don't really care because I'm off the board. But yeah, I guess it's been moved and seconded.
Okay. Michael?
I'm not ambivalent because I consider this one of those little steps, like we talked about statements, towards the board doing more of the important creative fun stuff and less of the boring governance stuff, so that you have more contested elections down the road. To me, it may sound like a little thing to have us, sounds like a rubber stamp, but there's gonna be something that's gonna happen down the road where the board's gonna wanna open a discussion on something, or even just approving these things might lead to a board question on, why do we even do it that way? And to me, those are the conversations I think this board should be having. They're a lot more fun to have. And when we go and tell people you should run for the board and you get to decide these sort of things, it's a little more meaty. So it's a little thing, but taken with all the other little things we talked about today, it's a big thing.
Okay, well, it's just my personal opinion. I'm okay with that, Dave, but the reason that I was going to do them one by one is because there was a lot of discussion and these were pretty spirited discussions and votes. Most of the time, the president does not vote, only in the case of a tie. And we had 3 people from the executive committee vote in favor of making these changes, and we had 3 people voting not to. And I broke the tie to say, I want to bring it to the board and let the board decide. So that's why I was going to go through each one. But
the votes were all about the same issue, right?
Yeah.
So we weren't differing over some of the
not
tweaks.
little, right.
We were differing over whether
It
it
was
should go to the
philosophy.
board.
It was philosophy.
So that's what I'm just saying, if we bundle that all together, it's just that one issue.
No, gotcha. All right, Patty?
So I would like to know why there was this contentious vote.
Well, I could speak for why I voted no on it. I just thought, it's extra work for the board in the summer. And, I just, having gone through it, I just thought that I didn't want to saddle future boards with having to go through that. That's all. Yeah, I don't feel strongly about it. If the board would like to do it, great, But that was just my opinion.
And oddly enough, I voted for it. Every single time on these 9 issues, there were the same 3 people voting in favor and the same 3 people voting against. It was a different alignment on the Wells Key question, which is a separate conversation. My feeling is it's an awful lot of work. Having done it, it's a lot of work, and you have to look through a lot of material, and it takes a lot of time. And my thought was, it still comes back as the ultimate board decision on this. So I'm fine with that. The executive committee, I thought, should do the legwork and do the evaluations and bring the recommendations to you all on these 9. I have a different opinion on the Wells Key, and I'll speak to that when we get to it. But that was why I voted for it, which is the same reason they voted against it.
And I just lost my train of thought. Oh, God, I hate that. The reason that I voted in favor of doing it that way as well, where we do the vetting and then kind of get the thumbs up or thumbs down from the board, is at least 4 people came up to me after the September board meeting and said, I have so much responsibility already, whether it was judging MOAs or judging contest entries or other sorts of awards, that they already felt like they had a lot of responsibility already and they didn't want to take on more. So that's why I voted the way that I did.
The question was asked at the very beginning of the discussion, will the full board have 2 binders full of candidates? And the answer was no. So we're asking an uneducated board to approve what the executive committee does. And I don't know if that's fair to the whole board. Maybe they should at least have access to Google Drive.
Well, I want to bring up a point. Something that was brought up earlier today is that we're elected officers. The executive committee we're all elected members of the board. And I, for example, have been entrusted to choose when SPJ is going to make a statement. I've been elected to make that statement and to say what I think needs to be said. But I take issue with the fact that I'm not qualified to make a decision like that. So that's Michael.
I was assuming that we would have access to Google Drive. If we want to look something up, we could. And if we don't want to, we don't have to. Other boards approve things. You call it a rubber stamp. If I don't really give a crap about that award, I trust you guys. I vote for it. But if I have a point of contention on something, I have to vote and I can speak up. I like this proposal because it doesn't make more work for us, but it allows us some insight into the procedure. Nothing is more embarrassing than when you're on this board, this happened to me, like, hey, so how, so-and-so won that award. Like, they did? Did I know that? I didn't know that. And well, why did she win? Like, I don't even know what you're talking about. So if nothing else, it's good for that. It's also good that we can go out and represent those awards to our constituents. We can say, yeah, we heard some stuff and we heard a couple, 2 minutes of conversation, and that's enough for me to pass on some stuff to you. It's just, I guess you could argue whether it's really good or really bad, but what I think it does, at least for me as a board member, it makes me feel more involved in the organization on something that's important. We're not talking about the details of an annual report. We're talking about something a little meatier. And I have more information to pass on to my constituents.
Patty?
2 questions. How was it done before, and what is the rough total in each of these categories? Are we talking 20 is a typical number?
I would say it varies by award, and maybe you have a better sense of that, but in some cases it can be as many as 20.
The teaching ones particularly are 20.
There probably are 60 or 70 things that you look through over 10 awards.
And previously, who did all that vetting?
Executive committee.
The vetting was done
So
by,
the only change really is that you're bringing us the finalists that you identified.
Correct.
the vetting was done by committees, like the educators vet the educators, because they presumably know them better or heard their reputation. And various committees vet various ones, and then we follow their advice, kind of.
Right, the way it works now is the nominations come in to Abby, or the awards coordinator. She gathers that information, puts it online for us to access. We have a certain period of time, like a month or 2 months, to go through it. When the executive committee meets in June, and we choose the award winners, and then, the behind the scenes stuff happens until. Some of the award winners are notified in advance, some of them are not.
One just point of information, trying as I was remembering back to this was a long discussion in Orlando, and I believe at some point, we all agreed that the procedure would be, on these, is that the nomination of the person who we selected, would be given to the board. So that you'd have the information, you'd have the talking points about who this person is and why, and if necessary, we could explain why we thought that he or she was worthy. And that this is why, hey, look at what they did. This is absolutely great. The backing recommendations, if there are, there often are in addition to there being 70 or so, there often are multiple letters of recommendation behind candidates.
They're limited to 10 pages and they never be.
No.
To me, this particular change makes sense. I've had at least 2 regional directors come up to me at award ceremonies that have said, "Oh, I wish that person had nominated. I wish I'd known that person was going to get the award, so I could have told you these 10 pages about why they shouldn't." And with any awards, all you have is the information in front of you. Unless you have some sort of institutional knowledge or relationship with a particular person, you only know what's in front of you. And I think getting more input sometimes is helpful.
The process currently is that the list of nominees is on the website and is posted so that anybody who has that problem can speak up.
I did not know that.
Sue Coker and I got that through when we had a particular person
So that's,
worried about.
yes, information is, the names are all. Yeah, there was a issue with one such individual that.
So it doesn't really serve much function. Get the nomination.
You don't get the nomination.
All
So
such
you
individuals
scroll down the list of names and
full
say,
membership.
So what? That's amazing.
I wasn't
I
aware of
didn't
that.
know that. That's very interesting.
Is that not true?
It is. I don't believe it was done last year. After you brought that up to me, I was able to talk to our webmaster and figure out how to access that. So we are going to be doing
And you
that.
figured out that it had been done in
Yes, it had been done in the past, but to my knowledge, it wasn't done last year.
Would it make the process too cumbersome then to let the general membership know that the names are now available? Should there be that rogue candidate that we need to be alerted to, that can come in?
Even years when it wasn't posted, it wasn't applied to leads or something.
Right.
Right.
So I think the key issue that's being brought up with the awards is partly the transparency. Clearly, even those of us who are voting on the awards don't even know what the process is. That definitely needs to improve. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the first 9 recommendations presented by the executive committee. So the first 9 awards. Is there any more discussion, clarification? Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention for people who might not have looked very closely at the changes that it's not just everything goes to the board. That's the only change. In some categories, like Sue mentioned, there are a few additional people that are included for particular reasons. In some cases, it's the campus advisor at large. Yeah, and in some cases, it's the campus representatives because they would be relevant. So if that matters to you, that additional part of it, so just scan through and notice where those changes are made. But mostly it's the board change.
Okay, any more discussion on this motion? So the way I understand the motion, Dave made a motion to approve the executive committee's recommendations for the first 9 awards, as contained on pages 76, 77, and 78 of the board packet. Is that correct? Okay, we had a second? Yes. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed?
No. Gotta be consistent.
Sure. Okay. All right, well, let's move on to the Wells Key. And I understand, Rebecca, you have some comments you want to share on behalf of the regional directors?
Yes, the RD caucus met this morning, and the Wells Key was one of the discussions. There had been some ideas passed around and shared about how to open up the Wells Key, because it is the highest honor that SPJ gives. It is our top award. And about making it more inclusive, engaging members. more into the process, and after some discussion and various exchange of ideas, the RD caucus voted unanimously on this idea to have the nominees for Wells Key be put on the SPJ website, on the Wells Key page. Then have part of the Wells Key page have a place where someone can click and send their recommendation, saying, these are the 5, all right, Joe Smith, John Miller, I think John Miller should get the Wells Key, and I'm gonna say, I've worked with John Miller, he's great, he's awesome. They could send that, the executive committee then can take those recommendations, they can ignore those recommendations. But they will have that additional information on top of the submission that whoever's recommended or ever nominated this person for Wells Key, they could have additional information on top of that singular nomination to work with to help them make that decision. Then it would still be secret. So we know it would be like 1 of 5 or 1 of 6 or how many are in the mix, but it would still be that surprise at the president's installation banquet. But then after the process is over, we would want the executive committee to say how this person was chosen, why this person was chosen, and just sort of going through the process. And we think it will increase transparency, increase engagement in helping select the most highest honor this organization gives to its member, and we think it will just be an overall good thing to do. So
can I recap? So the way we did it last year was the nominations came in, and it was the officers it was supposed to be the officers, but I think it ended up being the executive committee.
That was the officers.
Okay. All right. So the officers made the decision for who the winner would be. When the recommendations came in from Lynn, Andy, and Sue, that instead of it being the officers, that the decision is made by the full board. The executive committee, at a vote of 4 to 3, rejected that, but was willing to expand from the officers to the executive committee. So what you're saying is the regional directors are okay with that recommendation, but you want some extra steps.
Exactly.
So you want the nominations themselves to be transparent. You want the nominees' information to be posted.
Just the names and the year they were nominated.
And so if somebody wants the opportunity to say more about that person, they can. So then the information comes to the executive committee, and you're still leaving the decision with the executive committee,
Correct.
which is what the executive committee's recommendation from January was.
Correct.
Did I get that right?
You
So
got it.
after the executive committee chooses the nominee, you're not asking us to give it to the board for approval. Okay. All right.
We think that is a good middle ground. We think that's a good compromise. I know some members wanted the full board, wanted everything out, and there's others that don't. So we think this is an attempt to meet somewhere in the middle.
Okay. Would we like to discuss that, or do we want to put a motion and then discuss it?
Yeah.
I would
Probably has to do a motion.
Yes.
Okay. Well, somebody.
I so move.
So you're moving to approve what you just explained, and I just recapped.
Yes.
Is everybody clear on what that motion is?
Yeah.
Okay. Does somebody want to make a second? Okay. Discussion. Bill.
I've talked to a number of winners of the Wells Key, and several of them have said, I had no idea. I had no idea that I was even in the running. This is fantastic. I'm flabbergasted. And that, I think, is part of the tradition of the surprise. Once their names are out on a public website, let's say there are 5 names out there. Some years we only get 1 nomination. Some years the officers have chosen someone who was not nominated because they didn't like the person who was nominated. I worded it out. But I vote on the side of the tradition of keeping it a secret, and the wider you open it, the less of a secret it's going to be.
Rebecca, did the RD caucus discuss the rollover? So one of the executive committee's recommendations is that the nominations will roll over for the last 10 years.
We agree with that.
So let's say there are 5 nominees this year. Are we going to include nominees that were not selected for the last 9 years? So are we going to start? Well, I guess it would be for 2016. Are we going to start over the rollover immediately.
Yes, because that one would be the thing. It would be like John Miller nominated in 2013. Joe Smith nominated in 2014. Betsy Johnson nominated in 2014.
Okay, so to some extent that increases the element of surprise. So instead of having 2 nominees this year, you will have 15 perhaps over the last 10 years
Correct.
that have not been selected.
Correct.
Okay, all right, I think I understand that. Any other questions, clarifications, discussions? Michael?
Would you allow a past president to speak?
Of course,
Can I
Michael
ask
talk
one
with you.
other, or any of the other?
Go ahead, Michael.
I just want to know what some of like Robert
yeah.
and some other.
I think Paul's ready to speak.
Yes, Paul,
Go ahead,
please.
Paul.
Paul.
Well, I am an Apelski winner. And if you're gonna publish 4 names and pick somebody besides me, I don't want on the list. Especially if you keep the list going for years. Nominated 7 years ago. Voted on every year and loses. Just take me off the list. I don't need the Wellski that bad to be embarrassed that often.
The Susan Lucci effect.
Robert, would you please share some of the Wells Key winner comments with the board?
I mean, everybody, you all got the.
Yes,
right?
yes. Could you just sort of summarize the general feeling?
I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously that was just on the idea of, at that point, the proposal was for the full board to be involved. It was not a direct reaction to this.
What's your direct reaction?
Proposal. My direct reaction to this is, well, let me use Paul as an example. You won it in 1997, correct? Yes, you did.
That's kind, but he gave it
You
to
won
me.
it in 97 because it was my first year on the
It was a
SPJ
breakfast
board.
presentation, Paul, in 97.
And they had, it was not done at the presidential banquet because for one thing, Paul insisted that past presidents should never get the Wellski. So he had been passed over for many years because people respected his wishes. That year, the executive committee said, screw Paul, we're gonna give it to him. He had no plans to be at the banquet. Now, he was leaving the convention. So Steve was president that year. He had to scramble and do a special presentation for Paul. Under this proposal, that couldn't happen because he would know that he was in the running. I think it's a reasonable attempt to find some common ground among all the ideas that are going here. I don't think it works because it does take away any surprise. People are going to know that they're on that list. I think of another one, 2000, Dick Clayman, who had not been to a convention in 81, 20 years. Most of the folks at the banquet, when he got it, had no idea who he was. It had been that long since he'd been there. But he was a guy who really deserved it. He created a Washington presence for us in the 70s and was, before Baker and Hostetler. He was nominated, and they had to trick him to get into the convention. Under this proposal, he would know he was nominated. It would take any surprise away. Particularly with somebody like that.
But he might lose too.
And he might lose, yes, he might lose. I don't think this works. I think the thing that makes the Wells Key so special and the reason that people we had not heard from in years responded to this question is because there is that specialness to the award. It's not just the highest award that we give, it's the most special award that we give. And one of the reasons that makes it special is that the recipient does not even have any idea that they're in the running for it.
Thank you. Rebecca?
I think this whole issue of the element of surprise, because it hasn't always, my understanding is that it hasn't always been that way, that there was years where the nominee didn't know, and then there was years where the nominee was told ahead of time and brought the family and brought friends.
May I address that? Because that's one of whatever I'm remembered for in SPJ. I hope that I'm remembered as a guy who brought surprise back to the thing. Because there was the Wells Key person, the Wells Key recipient whose presentation sparked that change is in the room. Bill. His wife wasn't told until like 2 days before when it was too late to go, which was inexcusable. She should have known much earlier. And so there was an overreaction. For a few years, the recipient was told, and it took all the specialness out of it. The people who got it during those years have said that they really wish that they had. I lobbied behind the scenes to get it returned to where it was a secret. And as it turned out, I was the first one who got it after the secret.
And he was surprised.
And I was surprised.
Yes,
And if
he
any
was.
of you who were at that board, no, I had no idea it was coming.
That was very touching. Bill?
As Robert mentioned, I'm a Wells Key winner, and as Paul said, if there's, let's say there's 10 people on the list and we carry it for a number of years, that means that 10 people are going to bring their family in case they win the Emmy.
More revenue.
I like the way you think. I just don't think that's fair to then have 9 disappointed families.
Or embarrass them.
Who embarrass them, spend money.
Embarrassed to be nominated for an award?
To lose.
Tony, did you have a comment?
No.
No? Michael?
I think, I'm sorry, I'll defer to that.
Well, as to the issue of losing the Wells Key Award, it's a cliche to say it's an honor to be nominated, but it is an honor to be nominated. If you lose the Best Actor Oscar, I mean, I guess you're probably pissed off about that, upset and angry. But you go home and you're happy that you were nominated because you get more money, you get more prestige, you get more recognition. You know, it's not like it's a loss. I just think that that's the wrong way to frame it. One thing that we tried to do this morning was to look at all, not take the personalities out of it, and look at the issue. The issue is one of transparency and trying to do kind of a more open process. And so that's all that we were trying to do this morning. And it might not, it's reasonable. Everyone agrees with that. At least we heard it was. But the issue is whether a select group of people think that it is an action to change this.
Sure.
I just think that is, my 2 cents, an incorrect way to frame it.
Go to you next, but I want to say one thing. So if we look at the math, if the RGs are unanimous vote, and there are 12 regional directors here, and then there are 11 plus me, is that right? So let's say this does, what's the alternative? What is the alternative? Is a compromise better than the alternative? So, all right, that's all I'm saying. Then,
I was just going to say, as far as the comment of losing or being there, I mean, when you, for Emmys, let's say for local Emmys, when you are nominated and you show up, you have no idea if you're going to win or not. And there are a lot of people sitting out in that audience that are very disappointed, but you're also excited because you were nominated, and not everyone is nominated. But how that really does not apply in this case is that everyone who might be nominated, there isn't any vetting that's done with the nominations for us with those other things there are. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. Like, just because your name then is on a website, someone could just write something up, but no one has vetted it beyond that point. Is anyone following me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sort of. Okay, so it's just like this list could be like hundreds of people who people just decided to put on, which is fine. But then I don't know if it gets really to the point that maybe at the spirit of that, and I don't know.
having been behind the scenes, I do think there's vetting. Thinking about one nominee in particular, there was a large group of people that came together, and there was you know, it wasn't just a little bit of information. It was a lot of information. As somebody who's been in the organization only 10 years, if somebody was nominated that I didn't know, I would go to people to find out more. I wouldn't rely just on that piece of paper. So I feel like I would do vetting.
No, but I'm saying if we're putting all the nominees online, which is the proposal, that means a nominee is anyone that someone nominated. So it wouldn't have to, it's not someone from exec.
So it could be your mailman, for example.
Say it's not
Yeah,
embarrassing.
exactly. So it doesn't become as special to be a nominee then, because you potentially have this long list that no one has vetted. But then also, is it really transparent if you do have this long list of people that don't even maybe, I don't know. just don't know that it really applies the same way.
Yes, please. Past president and Wells Keeper.
Hey, everybody, thank you. First of all, I would say, don't change it, that would be my suggestion. But if you feel so strongly that it really needs to be changed, then I would suggest a sort of an alternate move, and that is inform the board of who the nominees are, but don't post them on the website, and then we don't quite lose the same level of surprise, but yet you guys get a chance to know who's been nominated.
Dave, the reason one of the compromises that the RDs have already made is that it was argued very strongly that the board can't be trusted with that information.
Well, that's a mistake, Michael. That is a mistake.
I'm sorry, then can you?
I think that's an exaggeration, Michael.
No, I don't think that's an exaggeration. You said that we would not keep it secret. So if you tell us who the winner is, you're not gonna let us choose, but you're gonna tell us who the winner is. What's the difference? We're still left.
Well, I thought you were gonna be told who the nominees are, not who the winner is.
Oh, well,
just who the nominees are.
Oh, I thought you were telling me.
So do that instead of putting it on the web, and then you don't embarrass the people who don't win it, you know.
Unless the nominee is on the board.
Well, I mean, it's conceivable that the nominee is gonna know, but at least it's not making it completely public. I mean, I think putting it on the web is a bad thing to do personally, and so that's why I try to come up with some sort of alternative that might be acceptable to the rest of you. I'm wondering why you didn't actually, if you wanna have more people deciding the awards, why don't the awards given by the regional directors be decided by the people in your regions?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, that's back to the previous motion in terms of deciding that the awards that have traditionally been done by the executive committee will now be vetted by the whole board. Why not carry that to its logical conclusion? I shouldn't have gone there. Never mind. But I think putting them on the web is a bad thing to do.
Okay. Alex.
Yeah, I'd like to take one step back. Point of clarification, I'd like an explanation of how this process works now. Coming out of Nashville, my impression was that the entire executive committee decided the Wells Key, and that was who decided it. Then there was mention in the packet of the top officers, which would be 5, but then there was some mention of 3. And perhaps that's part of the problem with the transparency. Current board members aren't even certain how this process works.
I can tell you why I'm not there. I didn't go to the executive committee last year. I had some health issues and I wasn't able to travel. I don't know how much of this I want to say, but someone was selected as the Wells Key winner, and that person was not going to be able to attend the convention. So there was a phone call later, and I think it was supposed to be just officers, but I remember at least one other person who was on that call. I don't believe was an officer at the time, and I don't remember. We'd have to look at minutes or whatever notes were taken at the time. That's why it's not clear to me. So there was a multiple step process, and so I don't think there were any other nominees. And so we discussed, now what do we do? We need to look at, past nominee. I believe we did look at past nominees and.
So if I understand it, there isn't really a written procedure anywhere.
Is there?
It's sort of, is it
It's on the
something that
website.
the executive committee
It's on the
decides from
website.
year
It
to
says
year?
the officers select the Wells Key.
But is it, so it's the officers, it's not the executive committee, and is it all 5 of the officers, the top 3? Because some of the comments said the top 3.
The officers are the president,
Yes.
president-elect, the secretary treasurer, vice president for Kansas chapters affairs, and the immediate family.
Okay, so the top 5 officers, that's what's in, on.
Yeah, the only
Okay, so this is, so now we figured out what it was. I know that there was somebody else on the call. It was Sonny. He was past president.
Okay.
We thought he was an officer, but actually the past president is not an officer. The officer is secretary, treasurer, president-elect, president, and vice president
So it's the
of
top
campus
4.
affairs. So we messed up procedurally speaking,
Okay.
thinking Sonny was an officer when he was not. So that's our fault. But in that case, we had officers plus 1.
The way it's been done, I mean, it does say that it would be the officers. However, sometimes the officers have chosen to include the rest of the executive committee. Sometimes they haven't. It's really, if you want to get more input, you can get more input.
It sounds like it's at the discretion of the officers. Okay, that clarifies it.
Rebecca.
I would take accept a friendly amendment to share the nominees for Wells Key with the board rather than with, on the posted on the website, if someone would be willing to make that.
I would.
I'll make that motion.
Are we doing that correctly? In terms of procedure?
Yeah, actually, you don't even really have to make a motion, as long as the mover and the seconder agree
Okay.
it's a friendly amendment, then it's amended without
Okay.
vote.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion that we have on the floor now is for the nominees come in, the executive, the nominees come in, the nominees are shared with the board.
Yes.
The executive committee still makes the decision, but that the winner is not, the board is not informed of who the winner is.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. Is that everybody else's understanding?
And then we still have the transparency at the end, how you all came up with
Yes,
that.
you would, you want to know why we selected
Yes.
every single person.
But when does that come? That comes after the announcement and the
After
board
the
announcement. So,
Yeah.
okay, so after the, we get the reasoning.
Yeah, there are two practical things that'll happen under that, and it may vary. One, the committee may select someone who's not a nominee, so that may happen. So the officers,
The executive committee.
the executive.
Whatever body we're talking about,
Right.
whatever body we
So-
agree is going to make the decision.
So that's a possibility that could happen.
Do we identify somebody who was not submitted?
That is
Correct.
Actual
Correct.
online possibility.
That is correct.
Because just because you're nominated doesn't, and they may pick someone else.
Because you could nominate your mailman and we could all go, really? Why? Because it makes no sense.
And then the other thing that is going to happen is you have, rolling over 10 years, every year the board's told, here are the finalists. So you're gonna have a cadre of people that,
Lose every year.
that a
It's
lot
gonna
of
be publicly
people
embarrassed.
are going to know about as finalists, and inevitably, there's gonna be hurt feelings that arise over that after a while. And they will be on the board, some of them will be friends. So that would probably be two potential factors that come out of that system. I just want
And the information about the finalists and the postmortem after the awards, and that would also be closed session, I'm assuming, is that, or streaming?
Not streamlined, I believe so.
Just to understand the process, okay.
Tom?
If we have commentary on any of these nominees, where does that commentary go?
Probably to Abby, and Abby would collect that and give it to the executive committee in time for the June meeting. Matt?
Yes, two questions. One is about putting online. I think the reason why that was made, the idea that was made was that so people could have the opportunity to weigh in on a nominee. It came up, the discussion was, well, what if I want to nominate someone? Then, okay, here's how you do it. But what if I don't know who's nominated? Then I don't get that opportunity. So if the whole issue was exclusivity and people perceiving that as a negative, that just seemed to take that to the next level because it basically expanded your secret circle, if that makes sense. So I guess that's one kind of question is, does that cause a moral problem or not? But my bigger question now is, I think it's a valid point if you want a surprise, and that seems to be the will of the majority. What if that person's on the board? That spoils the prize for the person on the board, which doesn't seem fair at all. We've almost created a worse problem by
I haven't,
putting this way.
now I've only been on the board, this is only my 6th year. I have not seen someone on the board nominated during their year. Oh, wait, you were.
Yeah, I was nominated the year I was selecting.
This is true. It did happen.
But I
You win.
Usually you said, don't consider me.
Well, yeah, I pulled my name
Yeah,
out of the
yeah,
hopper.
he said no, he said I didn't.
That was
Well,
my-
that's definitely an issue because that will happen, right? And I think if we go for this, we have to live with that, and then we have to say, oh, Dave, recuse yourself on this, go out in the hallway, we're going to talk about the nominees now, and then of course we just confirmed. So,
If I can just not argue anything, but just to provide historical, actually to line both of your questions, Alex, because it had for a number of years been the executive committee. The year that Al Cross was president, he wanted to give it to Kyle Niederprim, who completely deserved it. She was at that time immediate past president, so he said only the officers get to choose, so that she was excluded from it. I think the other immediate past president who received it was your term, wasn't it, Dave, whenever Mac got it?
Yes.
Yeah, and he was immediate past president that year. So it has happened. It's probably more likely it's going to be an immediate past president who would be affected by this than I don't. Were you on the board when you got it, Bill?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so that'd be 2 examples.
That's the only time I can think of.
Yeah.
That somebody was on.
Yeah.
I did have a question about Matt's comment about like if someone, and Abby, this is probably a question more for staff, I don't know if this is allowed, but yeah, if I did want to nominate someone but didn't know if maybe they were already nominated, didn't want to go through all the work, can they contact headquarters and ask that question? Would you tell them? I don't know how would that work. Because that's probably what I would do. I would probably email Abby and say, hey, has this person been nominated? And if you say yes,
your nomination to the other one. And
yeah,
say,
well,
"Here we
that's
go."
what I'm saying, but that is a good point, because then someone's going through all this work double, I don't know. Would they ask you guys?
They could. I mean,
Okay.
we have the resources to look it up, and if you guys are okay with me telling them,
The cat would be out of bag, right?
Well, not if you were gonna nominate them, you probably wouldn't say anything.
It wouldn't be double. I mean, it would just be on top of it.
Yeah,
Right. Okay. Bill.
I'd like to better understand the issue. I understand the transparency part. I've got the list of Wells Key winners here. It's a pretty distinguished group. Did the RDs have trouble with any of the people who have recently been selected? I mean, is there a problem that you're trying to fix there, or is it just a transparency problem?
Well,
Question.
part of it, a decent amount is a transparency problem. The other part is that the list, especially in recent years, hasn't been as diverse as maybe it could have been. I mean, we spent a lot of time at this meeting today talking about diversity, the need for diversity. And our Wells Keys winners have not been, I mean, I'm not saying that they were worthy, they put, decades into SPJ, but the question is there a way to sort of open this up and maybe have a more diverse group or group of people be nominated?
Yes, all you have to do is submit a nomination.
Do you understand what the award is for?
Yes, of course.
Because that determines who you consider.
Actually, I don't think that,
Sure.
this award says it's for the most outstanding fashion during the preceding year or a period of years. Somehow it's sort of morphed into a lifetime achievement award. It doesn't say that in this, and I don't know if I'm speaking for the RDs in this particular instance, but when you have officers selecting this award only, you have a tendency to recognize excellence in people that kind of are like you. This says the Wells Key can actually be for someone who just did good last year. I think what we want to do is still preserve as much of the surprise as possible, but I think where we're getting down to is how much surprise or how much transparency, diversity, and frankly, excitement. One of the things was Matt that was, listen, making this like the Emmy Awards, the Oscar Awards, makes it more exciting and more prestigious because it gets it out there. Yes, it's on the website. Yes, there's little places where it's mentioned, but to the average member, this stuff is not front and center. All we're trying to do is trying to preserve as much of the mystery as possible, making as much progress as possible. I'm happy and very pleased and thankful that Joe created a nomination form online. At least that was an argument last year with Bob Becker and me, like, no, it should be on paper. So at least we moved it a little bit, and now we're just trying to move it a little bit more. And I don't know, I mean, how much surprise do you have to have? That's the issue.
In terms of diversity, as I said before, and I know you somewhat disagreed with me, is I think that's incumbent on our members, on our leadership, for us to go out and seek nominees. There are people in my chapter that I may not know that may have done a great job last year. They might be purple, they might be striped, they might be gay, whatever. If they're a good SPJ worker, I might not know them, but it's my responsibility to look at diversity when I consider people, but also to consider people with merit.
But you just, if I understand.
Has anybody around this table nominated somebody before? Okay, 2 people.
Yes.
Well, okay, so just 2 points. One, if I understand this correctly, I didn't know this because it doesn't say this here. If you're nominated, whoever's choosing this can ignore all the nominations, just pick someone else they like. Can we change that rule? That's what Dave said. Was that accurate? That like if you want to pick someone who's not a nominee, you're allowed to do that?
Well, there's nothing written, and if you have one nominee and that person can't make it to the convention, then you have to find other nominees.
Or choose not to issue the award that year.
Or issue an abstention. And Davis escaped, we would have had to do that.
Well, my understanding is that the executive committee, should this pass, would have 10 years worth of nominees to choose from. It just
Yes.
wouldn't be
That
that
would help.
person in the past
That
year.
would
It would help.
That would help tremendously.
Well, and that's
Also
what,
put my person back into the mix.
and that's what the folks did last year. Looked at all the past
We did.
nominees and went beyond that. I mean,
Yes.
I'll be upfront. We looked at high-profile chapter leaders who have served SPJ for decades, people who normally aren't in the mix of nominees.
We've
We
considered
talked
somebody on this
about,
board.
we talked about diversity candidates specifically. We talked about all sorts of different folks. It was probably a more expansive conversation, and we're talking about a group of people of 2 women, a Hispanic, and 2 white guys, I guess, as a selection committee here. So I don't think
At very
race is
young
an issue, and even the winners of the past 10 years too are Hispanic. You know, and it's not as diverse as we'd like, but I don't think officers have been making racist decisions this whole
I
time.
never,
No one's
I would
saying
not
that.
say that. All I'm saying is this, and this year will be a good test, because you have one nominee that's not from your normal group, and I'm gonna be very interested to see how the executive committee, since it's a bigger group, responds to a number of applications, and will honor this. They could be from 1 year or many years, because I think what happens when you have just the officers, and you guys put in a lot of great work, you tend to only recognize people that put in an equal amount of work on the board. So you might be self-selecting people that have only been active for 10 years or 15 years. And here's a nominee that's been active for 2, but did something real, did a lot of great stuff last year, the last 2 years. But you didn't really pick them because you're kind of going with years, because that's kind of your bias, and there's not enough discussion when there's only 3 or 4 people. I'm hoping with a bigger executive committee and with the nominees shared with this board, that there's just more conversation. Is that unreasonable?
Massive conversation.
I don't agree with that. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, Andy?
I kind of agree with Michael the most so far. I think there's a lot of different issues that are coming together at the same time. The idea that we post the nominees on a website isn't going to change the diversity mix of the pool. So diversity is an issue unto itself, separate from this process. I mean, we could just stick with the same process and say, you know what, we need to get a bigger pool of nominees and set out to do it and do it. So that's one thing. Transparency is another, which we're talking about, and I think it's good because the process is a little bit murky to the point where the people involved don't even understand it or follow it year to year. So it's good that we're trying to nail that down. But I just also think the judging process, I don't see why this would be different than choosing other awards, and to say, well, this is more prestigious, we can only rely on a small group of people. It doesn't sit well with me. I mean, some of the arguments have come up, well, the whole board can't be trusted, somebody's going to leak it out because it's so big a group.
No one has said that.
That's come up repeatedly. That's why we came up with the secret ballot idea, so that there's not a single person who could leak it. That was not meant to be a secret process. It was to address the issue of somebody's going to leak it. But we can do away with that. That's no problem. I just think that this fits in with other awards that SPJ does. I think it's more prestigious, actually, to say 23 people were in favor of you instead of 3. But maybe I don't understand. So I think a movement to expand the process a little bit, the executive committee of 7 would be better than 4 or whatever we think it is.
So you endorsing the motion? I'm trying to
Yes,
figure out. I'm
yes.
trying to figure out where you're going with this. Because we have a motion on the floor in a second.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure
Expanding it to the executive committee is good. Getting the list of nominees would be a help also. I wasn't, that's the first I've heard that was going to be part of the process. So yes, that's what I think.
Okay. Any other discussion before we take a vote? So the motion on the floor is to expand the selection from the officers to the executive committee, to provide a list of nominees to the board, the executive committee still makes the decision. The process is still, or the winner is still secretive, and then after the award is chosen, I presume at the board meeting the next day, we disclose, here's why we chose that person. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay.
Question, so what's the point of giving the board the nominees? The board can't vote on them, there might be a board member who's among the nominees.
You could offer input.
Input, transparency,
and input.
We hope you come.
Okay, are we ready to take a vote? Okay, all in favor of the motion on the floor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes. Michael?
Can I make another motion?
Oh, I don't know, what is it?
Can I make a motion that the executive committee will consider for Wells Key only those people that have been nominated?
I'm not sure I understand.
If I understand correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't understand Dave. In the past, the officers have.
So that we don't reach, okay.
Have selected someone for Wells Key that wasn't even nominated. If you're gonna share the nominations, it'd be kind of a really shocking surprise to just pick someone else. It seems like you have a nomination process for all the other awards. None of the other awards, to my knowledge, do we ever pick somebody that wasn't nominated?
They could have done that earlier.
Point of information.
Okay, so, hang on just a second. So your motion is to restrict the executive committee from only selecting from the nominees, the list of the nominees, and the nominees that are presented to the board. So if 5 nominees come in, we share those 5 nominees with you, and you're saying the executive committee would not be allowed to consider anybody outside.
Those are the past, you have for the past 10 years, yeah. Because
Okay, so that's your
you
motion.
voted for 10 years worth at the last meeting because you wanted to be.
All right, that's your motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Question, is there any rule against members of the executive committee submitting a nomination? In the usual way, right? So it's fully within your rights to submit a nomination so long as it's done along with the others.
Yes, but let's assume, let's say that I nominated Bill for another award. I would recuse myself from that vote. If I nominated somebody, I would not vote for that award.
Order.
We voted for them.
Right. Well, right. I mean, that shows my support, but I'm not officially voting. Bill?
May I suggest that Michael's proposal goes against diversity? Because it could be that the executive committee executive committee has a list before them of 5 old white guys. And they think, well, Michael's right. Beck is right. Maybe we ought to find a black person. Maybe we ought to find a gay person. Maybe.
That's how you would do that? Okay. How about I counter
He's
with.
just saying that ties our hands.
I guess I would counter with this. If you have a situation where you don't have a winner, it says on the website that an executive committee agrees no candidates are available for that year, you don't give out an award. I think it'd be better not to give out an award than to have this award possibly circumvent a process. If you circumvent it for diversity, more power to you, but I would just rather you nominate diverse candidates on the front end.
I'd like to make a suggestion, although I will only vote if there is a tie. I'd like to make a suggestion that,
Don't bring up the Diet Coke, Paul.
My suggestion, my suggestion is that we are already making changes to the process. And similar to adding members from, this is just an example, adding members from some of the diverse organizations to our diversity committee as a pilot. Let's try these changes for a year, and then let's see if we need to make more changes. I mean, we're running out of time for one. That's not a reason not to have this discussion, but maybe we work with what we have now and then revisit again in a year. Tony?
I was just going to say kind of the same thing. Since we're going to know what the nominees are, if the executive committee doesn't choose, if the executive committee, kind of lost my if the committee doesn't
choose among the
right,
nominees.
Among the nominees, then we're going to know, and then we can make changes.
And we're gonna get the postmortem then after explaining why you didn't choose any of the nominees you went ahead of first.
Okay, well.
What would happen is that if we go through this whole process. Next fall, we go to the banquet, I get installed, we announce the Wells Key winner. If we chose someone who is not on the list of nominees, I have to face you all the following morning. And
No,
it's-
because this doesn't go into effect the next year. That'd be Lynn.
Have at it, buddy.
Change
your You're up with it. You're up with it.
To finish your thought, you have to go in and justify.
You would have to go in and justify and explain, and it wouldn't take the Wells Key away from that person, but at the same time, you could have a very angry board that said, well, you know.
Well, I'd like to reiterate the point that you've elected us for whatever reason, whether we're opposed or unopposed, you have a certain amount of respect and trust in us. I'd like to think that I'm not gonna go nominate Bozo the Clown and I'm gonna expect you to live with that. So
We're not passing motions for you guys, we're passing motions for future years.
But those will also be elected officials. There will also be people that you're trusting to speak on behalf of the entire organization, but
But you
they
said
can't
this
be
happened
trusted to
before.
make a fair decision here.
But you say, I guess, I just learned this, you're saying that you've done this before.
Sure.
I just don't think you should do it in the future, that's all. If you don't want to vote for it, don't vote
Well,
for
I
it.
think the executive committee needs the flexibility to be able to make decisions like this when they make sense. And having been through it again, there have been a lot of times where we would throw someone in for a sunshine award that wasn't nominated because something just happened, you know, in the past month that was really notable. Or even the fellows of the society, which executive committee chose in January in Orlando. I'm not even sure if we had nominees, and there's a lot of discussion, and we added someone else to it. So there's, you know, it's a fluid process, and at some point you just gotta trust a group of people and think they're gonna try to do the best for the society. You know, and I mean, what you're saying is you don't trust the officers to make judicious decisions.
That's like saying we pass any rules, we should trust. Of course I trust you guys, I just don't trust 5 or 10 years from now when historical knowledge is gone. It's just simple motion, but if people want to vote against it, that's cool.
You'll never be gone, because I'll keep coming to these meetings. 30 years.
Yeah, we need to wrap this up. Take 2 more comments and then we'll
To
vote.
that point, I'm gonna support Michael on this because, I think we have a system now where people are asked to submit their nominations online and to circumvent that with a nomination that's not done in the usual way, I think makes that a sure.
Paul.
One of the things that will happen, I think Dave has already mentioned, we had a situation where there was somebody who couldn't make it. So it's entirely possible that we might have an absentee honoree, or we might end up chasing somebody down. If they
Or
leave
choose
early.
to skip a year.
Or skip a year. I mean, it's, this ties the hands of the executive committee. Would be my thought.
Well, let's,
Point of
we need,
information, for 2016, will it be possible to go back and capture the list of nominees back to 2006? Are we going to start this?
I think we can go back as far as we can, and we will stop at 10 years if we can get that far. I'm confident we can get the nominees since I've been executive director. How much was kept electronically and how many paper files did we track down? We'll see. We're going to shoot for 10.
okay, all right, well, let's, is everybody clear on what the motion is? Michael is saying, his motion is that the executive committee not select someone who has not been nominated. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Motion fails.
Can I, under our new policies, I need to have people who voted no raise their hand. Let's do who voted yes, raise your hand instead.
Okay.
Patty, thank you. Deborah, thank you. Michael, thank you.
Mike.
Mike Rowley, you're up.
Jordan.
And Jordan.
Quick heads up, I abstain.
Great, thank you, Rob.
Okay, one last item before we adjourn. In the packet, there are committee and community reports, including one submitted by Mr. Guyman, wherever he disappeared to. So,
I'm here.
So thank you to those who submitted reports and for their work. If you have any questions, I would suggest you contact the person who prepared the report, or you can certainly contact me. I will help help you if I can. So with that, thank you for making time to be here for the thoughtful discussion and for helping us move in the right direction. Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second? No, we didn't vote on it.